The Corvallis School Board meeting is called to order for February 18th, 2021. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're willing and able, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome. We do have a roll call. All our school board members, with the exception of Director Tina Baker, who couldn't join us for emergency reasons, are here. So welcome. And also I want to welcome our students representatives who will be introduced shortly. And also I want to mention that due to the physical distancing and the pandemic, we're meeting virtually, and some of our board members might not be able to be available on the camera all the time. We are streaming through YouTube, and the material will be available as well through the district website and in the description of the website of the streaming. So feel free to reference the material that we will be sharing there. I want to welcome the public who are joining us, community members, parents, and everybody. And the next item on the agenda is school board members' reports. And I would like to start with a reflection and a report. The reflection I want to share is one word: perseverance. As an engineer who always try to find the inspiration from up there, I'm really motivated by the perseverance of our humankind and having a Mars rover landing, and it's something unique, generating oxygen, trying to generate oxygen in another planet, and fly a drone for the first time ever. It's inspiring. And also it reminds me of a very important word, perseverance, the name of the rover. When we go back here on Earth, we are experiencing difficulties, challenges, losses. And the word of perseverance reminds me of the good work of our staff, educators, students. Many of us are going through hardships and lots of difficult time. So with that, I'm reminding myself about this word, what it means and what inspires us to move forward. And my report today, I want to mention a few things. I've attended the Corvallis School Foundation breakfast, virtual breakfast this time, Hands Across Corvallis. And it's been great presentation of our staff, students doing the important and necessary work, and our students persevering through these difficult times, and appreciating the community contribution into this important work through supporting the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation. I want to thank my colleagues, school board members who attended the meeting virtually. It is recorded, so please feel free to watch it at any point of time. And also, I would like to ask community members and everybody who's listening to support the foundation. They're doing important work. As an example, summer programs and summer school, probably like never before, bigger, stronger, and in a way that helps our students. So thank you for the Corvallis School Foundation for your support, and for the community members for their participation. My next report is about All Students Belong rules. It's a really good and important story. The rule protects our students from hate speech and from speech and symbols of hate that disrupt our operations, but also more importantly, that traumatize our kids and prevent them from learning. The genesis of the rule started from a student in Oregon who wrote to Governor Brown about their concerns. And the rule grew into a temporary rule that was introduced. Community members from Corvallis reached out to refine the temporary rules and provide feedback about it. I'm very appreciative for Ryan and Marcianne and also Melissa for engaging ODE, Oregon Department of Education, and connecting our community members, some of them former students. We've seen them from different sides of the country. They're in their college years, or some of them even graduated, and also some of our juniors and senior students who shared their concerns, their feedback. And I'm excited to report to you, ODE had multiple meetings. The last meeting was presenting the feedback and a modified rule based on the feedback they had heard from across the state, including our Corvallis community members. And the last action before they hit submit to the Board of Education was making sure that our community members felt heard and that the proposed permanent rule reflects their needs and concerns. And that was the case. Earlier this week, I co-signed as the president of the Color Caucus, OSBA Color Caucus, a letter in support of the permanent rule to ODE, along with Jim Green, the executive director of OSBA, and Maureen Wolf, the president of OSBA. And I did not see the results yet because the meeting happened earlier today, a few hours for the Board of Education. I am hopeful that they would be approving it as a permanent rule. So as a summary, thank you for our community members who spoke up. Your fingerprints on a very important rule has been accomplished in a way that could have been not possible without our district engagement and also ODE's listening ears.
Great.
So I apologize. Usually it shouldn't be that long of reports, but I felt really these are very important to mention. Vince, what's your report?
So I have only one item to report on. So I sit in on labor negotiations, and I just want to remind the board and the public that our district staff and our teachers have been in collaborative meetings to figure out how to do comprehensive distance learning, and now most recently, how to transition to hybrid learning. And because of the work that I do working with school boards all over the state, I get a window into how different districts approach this work. And I just really appreciate how collaborative the relationship is between our district and our teachers, how they have worked tirelessly. These folks work a full day, and then at the end of the day, they come together to try to work through all the detail, the incredible detail needed to meet the needs of each and every student, and do it in a way that's safe for our children and for our educators. So it's just been really a privilege to sit with them as they do this work, and we're going to hear more about it tonight. But I just really wanted to express my appreciation as a dad in our community and as a board member for this school district.
Thank you, Vince. Any board members have a report to share? Jay?
Thank you, Sammy. I couldn't get to my hand quick enough. I just have a comment to be made about our process of trying to get more students back into school. I have spent, not at any PTAs or school visits, but hours digging for information about other state limits, other schools, listening to very bright people in our community who know science and know medicine, and are very caring about our kids. I am a student of politics and government, and I am here to tell you that the best thing you can do is to work with Governor Brown and her OHA and convince them to allow even more flexibility and limits and standards to reflect science. And the last thing I can tell you is that from my own experience talking with them, our district feels the weight, especially Ryan, of these decisions. We are really, really worrying about it and caring deeply about your kids. So I just wanted to report that observation and that legwork. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Therese, what's your report?
Thanks, Sammy. I had an opportunity to check in with a few students, our teachers in our elementary schools as report cards were coming out this week. And so first, just want to express gratitude for how hard they're working and also express amazement for how much detail was able to go into those elementary report cards for the the nature of the contact that our teachers are having with our kids, there's a shocking amount of detail they're able to provide about our children. And when I read my son's and I recognized him in those words on the page, I realized that they are forming relationship. And I think that's so important for us to keep in mind. And so to that end, I want to really just ask our community and our board members tonight to remember that when we start to talk about what it's going to look like to have in-person learning, a lot of communication from the community has come with the language of reopening our schools. And so my conversation with those teachers just has reinforced for me that our schools are open. Our schools are open. Our buildings are not open for everyone and not in the way that they were, but our schools are open. And I'm concerned maybe a little bit that the fact that the doors to the buildings aren't open for the public to walk through might then be misconstrued by some as if somehow the active process of teaching and learning is not taking place in our community. But clearly it is taking place in our community. I want to have a meaningful and thoughtful discussion about how we increase the opportunity for our kids to participate in structured learning. I just want to make sure that we do it with the frame of mind that we're not talking about doing something that isn't happening right now. We're talking about finding another way that we can provide those services for our kids.
Thank you, Therese. Any further comments or board member reports? Seeing none, I would like to transition to students representatives report. So student representatives, welcome and thank you for being here. And as usual, please feel free to contribute with questions and input throughout the meeting. But at this point of time, I would like to invite first College Hill, introduce yourself and provide your report.
Hi, I'm Simran. I'm the college representative on the school board, but we have starting on March 29th, we will be having students in the school building daily, and we're gonna be doing a thing where like 25 kids come in at a time, and we all get our work and be a lot more like school rather than what we're doing now. But we also are building a new sign for our school, and a lot of the students helped design it. We're really excited about that in a few months. And our kids are just learning a lot about ownership and reflecting about the world, and we're learning more about that. So that's College Hill's report.
Thank you, Jesse. Next up, let's go for Crescent Valley.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Kate Volts, and Calvin couldn't be here tonight, but we have one of our ASB presidents, Anna Wilson, so she'll be helping me present my report. So yeah, fun change for tonight. So firstly, student government at CV has been participating in Black History Month. So a committee has put together various Instagram graphics celebrating Black trailblazers and putting out trivia questions regarding Black history. We've also been working on compiling collections of Black media and Black-owned businesses in our region to share with the student body and more.
Hi guys, thanks for having me. So we also recently put together a food and supply drive. And so at that, social distance volunteers supervised donations that were brought by families at our second semester book drop-off. And so that was this past Tuesday and Wednesday. And like last time, we got a good deal of donations, so that was really nice. And they will all be going to the South Corvallis Food Bank and the Corvallis School District Welcome Center to be distributed to those in need. Also, Crescent Valley's fall sports like football, volleyball, soccer, cross country, and cheer will also begin official practices next Monday. So those will all be following the ODE, OHA, and OSAA guidelines for safety. So that's very exciting for all student athletes.
And also, we have put together Canvas pages for each grade level for students to connect and share information and news, which will be run by school administration, our leadership teacher, and the respective class presidents. So we're really excited that's finally come together, and that can be a new way for us to connect with our fellow students. And finally, another CV student is coming to present public comment today. So we're looking forward to hearing from her as well. And that's all for CV.
Wonderful, thank you. Kravas, hi.
Hi, my name is Ezra Hart. And so first of all, our CHS leadership team is promoting a jogathon style fundraiser for a CHS teacher's son. His name is Miles Lundeen. He's 2 years old and is currently battling leukemia. And so from February 19th to March 5th, participants in the event will be getting pledges and donations to go towards paying for the different expenses that Miles and his family may face. And so ways to donate and participate in that event are being distributed via flyers across social media. We also, from the CHS leadership team, have been gearing up to have this peer mentoring program up and running as early as next week. This program is going to allow both hybrid and fully online freshman students to buddy up with CHS upperclassmen. And we hope that this program will just build new relationships and better support our freshman class. Krista Moon has a few more updates.
Yeah, the CHS UNICEF Club and CHSC Club are helping coordinate a food drive for the CSD Welcome Center. They're collecting non-perishable as well as monetary donations at the CHS front office, and this goes from February 16th to March 19th. And we also have a message about sports. Fall sports are finally getting their chance to start up later this month. So there's a lot of buzz and excitement for that among the student body. And with the further expansion of school sports, as well as the impending start of hybrid instruction, we would like to ensure that the same standards and precautions we are holding for students and staff during in-person instruction are also being held on the field during practice. Students attending hybrid instruction are cohorted from each other, but during group sports practices, these cohorts aren't considered. With that in mind, we must acknowledge the possible impact that these two groups could potentially have on each other. So we ask for greater precaution and practice of social distancing and mask wearing policies to be present at these sports events due to the cohorts overlapping. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from our board members? See none, I want to thank you again. And as I mentioned, feel free to use the platform to raise hand if you have a question or comment at any point of time. Our student voice matters, and we value you being here. So thank you for being here. And next item on the agenda is the public comment session. So yes, right. Oh, I'm sorry. I did.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. So we do have a superintendent's report. I apologize.
No problem, Sammy. And Anna, thanks for being here tonight and filling in for Calvin. So thanks for joining us for the meeting tonight. And again, thanks to all of our student representatives for continuing to join us even in this format for this year, and looking forward to when we can be meeting in person. So that being said, I just had a couple of things that I wanted to highlight. We have a pretty hefty agenda tonight, so I wanted to try to keep it short, and then we'll be sharing more information when we get it further into the agenda on specific topics. So just a couple of things to highlight for us. The first is that the first week of February was the National School Counseling Week, sponsored by the American School Counseling Association. And it focuses on the public's attention on the unique contributions that our professional school counselors make, everything from helping our students succeed in school to planning future careers. We recognize that the COVID pandemic has brought the mental health and wellness of our students to the forefront of our work. And our school counselors have been working hard to stay connected with our students throughout the pandemic. And finally, that we just appreciate all of our school counselors and the important work that they provide to our community. As many of you know, as board members, this has been an area for continued funding and resource as we move forward. And so I'm proud of the growth we've seen in our ability to have more school counselors in our schools, something that our local option levy also helps us to do. So it's an important piece of the school student experience and really the overall support of our schools. Later tonight, the board is going to be taking up a resolution related to Black History Month. And I appreciate that work of the board, and I'm proud of the decision the board made to move forward with that. Black History Month celebrates the achievements of African Americans and recognizes the prominent role of African Americans in U.S. history. This month provides us with an opportunity to honor, celebrate, and focus on the Black contributors to our history. Black history is American history, and it is the shared and everyday experience of African Americans that have influenced our history and have shaped our present. Our teaching and learning team provided a number of resources to our educators, including resources on the Oregon Humanities website, a hidden history, a conversation program telling stories of Oregon's African American communities. It's something that would be good for other people to look at beyond our students. It shares stories, and it was something that I spent some time really digging into and reading and learning more from the perspectives of Black members of our Oregon community. And also, one of the last things that I think is really important as we think about Black History Month is that Black history is American history, and it's not Black history alone. It's part of who we are as a society and as a people, and it's more important than just recognizing it 1 month of the year. So again, thank you to the board for taking up that resolution tonight. Also, again, Sammy, you mentioned the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation, but again, it was an honor to be able to speak at the breakfast this year, the virtual breakfast. It is a great opportunity for us to be able to share the work that's happening in our school district with the broader community. Some of the responses I received in email were things like, it's great to hear the ways that the district is supporting families during this time. I didn't know that there was a welcome center providing services to families. Again, it's just a great opportunity for us to share our story with the broader community, and also to highlight the partnership we have with the Public Schools Foundation. And the last thing I wanted to share tonight was just recognition for some of our community partners. One of the things we've tried to do this year is still to maintain some areas of real world learning for our students. And so at each one of our elementary levels, a partnership has formed that allows students access to real world learning, which really enhances their experience. So for our K and 1 students, it's the Corvallis Environmental Center. For 2nd grade, it's the Shintimini Wildlife Center. One of the great gifts from them were the owl pellets that we're able to dissect, that are still fun to dissect as an adult. For 3rd grade, our OSU Extension Services, 4th grade, the Grand Ron, and 5th grade Salmon Watch. So again, while we're separated by space, making sure that kids still have access to real world learning has been one of the board goals and a priority that we've been able to continue to work towards accomplishing even during these times. So again, appreciation for our community partners, and in particular, Amy Leeson, who has worked to make those connections happen, and the teaching and learning team that has worked to put those materials together to get them out to school so they can get out to kids. So that is my brief update for all of you.
Thank you, Ryan. Do we have any questions or comments from our board members or student representatives? All right, thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. See none, now I'm opening the public comments period. I want to acknowledge that the school board seeks and values community inputs and public comments. And we do have several community members who signed up for providing public comment during the meeting. However, for anyone else who wishes to provide their input and communicates with the board, you can go to the website, meet the board, and email the board at any point of time. With that, I will start sharing a script before I ask folks to unmute themselves. The script says, speakers may offer objective criticism of district operations and programs, but the board will not hear complaints concerning individual district personnel. Complaints shall be handled in accordance with Board Policy KL, which is available online. The board chair has the right to terminate a speaker's privilege of address if, after being called to order, the speaker persists in improper conduct. You will have 3 minutes to make your comments. I will alert you when you have 30 seconds left when your time is up, and you will hear a small tone like this. And then following your comments, the board will have up to 3 minutes to ask clarifying questions. So if you're with us, please, and you provide your comments, please stay on the line until we make sure that there is no questions or clarifying comments from our board members. With that, I would like to ask Megan Gibbons to unmute. And my first, welcome Megan. So first question, please acknowledge if you heard the instructions, and if you do, introduce yourself for the record, and you may start whenever you're ready.
I did, thank you. My name is Megan Gibbons, and I am a mom of a senior and a freshman at Corvallis High School. I'm also a dental professional in the area. I'm a strong supporter of teachers, educational staff, and science. CHS staff, teachers, and administration are amazing and have gone above and beyond this year. I have supported them not returning until now. I see two big issues that I'd like to address. First is equanimity. It seems to be getting worse. Those that have the means to pay for extra social and educational events for their students are doing so, and those that don't have the means are getting further behind. I feel there's nothing that will make this better but to get kids back in a classroom on an even playing field of learning. The second issue I see is we are no longer using the most effective and science-based means to measure how and when to get our students back in school. Are we looking at how many schools are successfully back at full time? Are we seeing the effects of the community numbers going down with vaccine rollouts? Are we measuring and comparing the long-term emotional, mental, and physical effects of the students not being in the classroom? This should start to outweigh community positive rates. There has to be a system to safely return, but we are using an antiquated metric that no longer properly shows all the things that need to be measured in the equation of returning to school. I have a very dangerous job, and my employer gave me proper PPE, and then it was my choice on whether or not to return. Teachers and staff have now been given the choice to get vaccinated. The mental and emotional and physical hardships are outweighing the risk of COVID in our community. Let's give the staff the proper PPE that they need and some microphones and open some windows and get them back in the classroom. We are the most educated county in Oregon. Our county has figured out how to do outside dining. Why can't we get kids in-person education? As a medical professional, I see so many students and parents with extreme anxiety from not having school. I'm so encouraged by so many that are getting vaccinated. In conclusion, I know there are way more parts that I don't understand, and I don't discredit all the work, all those working so hard for students, but we are moving too slowly and the cost is too high to our students and staff. The divide between those that have and have not are getting wider and worse, and the ramifications are going to show for decades, and that cannot be fixed. We must quickly find a new way to safely require schools to be open very soon. My fully supported children are slipping in grades and emotions, so how can those without resources be making this work? My freshman hasn't seen the inside of his high school. I beg you to find a way to get my senior excited about something. My heart aches for the loss of a full chapter of his life. Start with the seniors and the kindergartners together, please. Something has to change and fast, and I ask the board to take fast action to consider more data than just counting numbers of positivity rates and get our kids on a path to healing and education. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Just in time. Seeing I don't see any board members or student representative indicating they have a question. I want to thank you for your input and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Our next comment is from Alexis McQuillan. Alexis, please identify if you heard the instructions and state your name for the record, and you may start whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm Alexis McQuillan. I did hear the instructions. So I'm going to start now. Okay, so I just want to say hello to Mr. Chairperson and all the school board members and staff that are there. So I'm Alexis McQuillan. I'm a teacher at Sheldon Middle School. And I'm a parent of an 8th grade boy who also goes to Sheldon and a 10th grade boy who goes to Crescent Valley High School. So I'm coming here to share my thoughts about returning to school as soon as possible and for as many hours as we can possibly make work. I'm mostly going to be speaking from a secondary perspective because that's what I know. Although I know there's these comments also apply to elementary, but maybe a little bit differently. So some of the reasons why I think it's really important for us to get back as soon as we can and as many hours as we can is our students are obviously struggling a lot right now. So they've been out of school for almost a year, but not only have they been out of school, they've been out of almost everything. All the sports and activities have been shut down, whether it's school sponsored or community sponsored. Because of quarantine, they're only seeing a few friends. Some haven't seen almost any. I've seen my own two sons struggle with depression and apathy, frustration, and frankly, like despair at times. I've seen my son's friends do the same thing. And I see that in my students every day, particularly my 8th graders. They're tired, they're sad, they're unmotivated. And you may ask, Alexis, how do you know that? And I will say, because I talk to them frequently and I give them surveys and forms. And I just did surveys with my 6th graders and their parents at the beginning of the semester. Also, our highest needs kids do much better in an in-person setting. Some kids almost can't learn with their home set up in a digital environment, and it's absolutely not their fault. It's just really difficult. I work really hard to check in with all of my kids regularly, both in class, via Google Chat, via email, with parents, but it's obviously difficult in a digital setting. And I want to go back to get all of my kids, especially my high needs kids, back in school. I've been doing LIPI, limited in-person instruction, since the very last day of November, and it has made an enormous difference. Like the difference in my small group of kids is literally like legendary, the interaction that they're having with us. You know, as Megan pointed out, staff is vaccinated or almost fully vaccinated now. And for a lot of people, that was a big concern, and that's totally legitimate, for sure. But now that we're getting vaccinated, our risk is super low. And we know from study after study that schools are pretty much relatively safe environment for us. So we need to go back, and we need to go back as long as we can. I also just think there's a lot of fear and inertia because we've all been out for so long, students and staff, and we just need to get back in there and realize it is okay, and it's going to be, going to be a good situation. So if it were up to me, which obviously it's not, but I would love to see some of the, at least 6 and 9 back before spring break. I would love to see us stack in that elementary. And so then we can bring maybe everyone back right after spring break, because they all need it. And waiting another couple months, it seems like a really long time to me. So there you go. Thanks for letting me speak. Yep.
Questions for Alexis? We do. Okay, see none. I want to thank you for your inputs, Alexis, and have a wonderful evening. And on a side note, thank you for your service on the school board. Alexis is a former school board member and a former chair. And I was sworn in actually by Alexis. So Lon McQuillan is the next commenter. Okay.
I'm just changing the name real quick so you can see him and not me. So, okay, here it comes.
Hi guys, thanks for having me. So I'm Lon McQuillan. I'm a pediatrician here in Corvallis, and I have been for the last 17 years. I just wanted to come tonight to take a few minutes to talk about what I'm seeing in my patients and my partner's patients in the community. I think unless you're seeing and talking to patients every day, you may not know basically how desperate kids are right now, particularly the teens that I'm seeing, so middle school and high school students. They're hurting. It's the norm for them to be hurting. In fact, kids who aren't in some sort of emotional pain, that's kind of the exception. And I'm really excited when I do see those kids. The kids that I see don't seem to have any hope. They don't see a light at the end of the tunnel. I'm really, really scared about the future of our kids based on the damage that's being done to them right now. And I by no means mean the damage that's being done by our school district, but my point being just, I think it's really, really important to get kids back in school as soon as humanly possible. That's really all I have to say. I'm happy to answer questions about what I'm seeing. So that's all.
Thank you, Lon. I appreciate it. Any questions? Seeing none, Lon, thank you very much and have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for the time.
Take care. Our next comment is from Christopher Vigiani. Chris, are you with us? And could you indicate if you heard the instructions? And if you do, please state your name for the record, and you may start whenever you're ready.
Hi, this is Chris Vigiani. Yes, I did hear the instructions. So should I make my comment now?
Yes, you may start whenever you're ready.
Great. So thanks for the opportunity to say a few words. I've corresponded with the board now for a couple months. I won't try to reiterate all the points I've made, but I'm here really to just advocate that we need to try to reopen the schools in a more full, more meaningful way. I think the evidence is in that we can do this safely. I think that, as other speakers have pointed out, the damage we're inflicting, really outweighs the risks I think that we'd see with COVID. Schools are opening safely across the country, and it's really every day at this point we see a new article written by scientists and schools showing good examples of how to do this well and not increase risks. So I think we should learn those lessons, and I think we should bring our kids back. I think at this point, the elementary schools can probably be open in a nearly full capacity, and that's based on, metrics, vaccination of teachers. I think we could do distancing and ventilation. It might be a slightly different calculation for the older kids, but still, it's not so different. So I'd like to just encourage the board to really take this, treat this like the national emergency that President Biden called it. It really is serious, and I think the sooner we can get them back and in a more fuller extent, the better. So that's all. That's all I wanted to say today. Thanks for your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Do we have any questions for Chris from our board members or students representatives? See none. Thank you, Chris, again, and have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. Our next comment comes from Yale Reich, and please, if you could unmute yourself and state your name for the record, and acknowledge that you heard the instructions, and you may start whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I heard the instructions, and hi, I'm Yael Reich, and then I'll start now. So I'm Yael Reich, I'm a student at CV. My brother's also a freshman at CV. I'm in cheer, speech and debate, NHS, honors and AP classes, band, and I'm pretty involved in the CV community overall. And I'm here to talk about how the district plans to reopen and what priorities should be for high schoolers, especially in that process. So the current way of structuring the schedule of reopening leaves much to be desired and would cut already lessened education time and lead to more lost material. While it's important to consider students' mental health needs, this kind of structured socialization is not what students are looking for. As a student myself and someone who has struggled with mental health a lot this year, I know from personal experience that virtual learning is extremely difficult and online learning does detriment mental health. This isn't the best use of the students' or teachers' time. People are already struggling to keep up with learning virtually, and teachers are just starting to get the hang of it. We can't afford to sacrifice more of that. We have to restructure in-person learning and change how we approach the mental health aspect of that. Cutting education hurts our college backgrounds as well. We recognize that the district is trying to help and coordinate multi-grade family schedules, but that can't come at the cost of our learning experience. We as students have sacrificed a lot already. We can't lose more learning time and exclude people, like those in cohort C, from mental health services. We need services virtually, and we also need to restructure how we reopen to address that. Many people, including people close to me, have experienced mental health issues and suicidal ideation, and that needs to be addressed while leaving room for classroom experiences. So what we've come up with, me and some fellow students have come up with, is a suggestion is instead of having the 45-minute classes that already happen on Wednesdays, which we hardly do anything synchronously, and even if it's asynchronously, it's barely anything. For high schools, it just doesn't work. Cohorted days work fine, but we need the full class period. We need the full 80, 90 minutes, perhaps only doing one full day per week to even out the times of that. And so that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Yael. Do we have any questions from, yes, Kate?
Hi, Elle. It's great to hear from you. I just wanted to add on to that and say, like, you know, for some of us, we've had all our AP classes in the first semester. So cohorting in a single day would allow us more time and flexibility if we have some empty class periods, rather than like having to like do it in weird half days and like all of that. So anyways, it's great to hear from you, Yael. Good to see you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just to say thank you for presenting and sharing your student perspective with us. I appreciate it.
Agreed. Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate your voice and have a wonderful rest of your evening. Our next comment comes from Becky Kearns. Becky, could you acknowledge if you heard the instructions, and if you did, state your name and you may start whenever you're ready.
Yes, I did hear the instructions. Thank you very much, Sammy, and I'd like to thank the board also and everyone here and all the efforts. I am a research scientist and a mother of a 7th grader at Linus Pauling. And I'd like to recognize the complexity and unprecedented times that we live in. But I am going to also talk about returning students more rapidly to some form of in-person learning. Remote learning is not working for students. This is not a reflection or criticism of the energy and efforts that teacher and staff have been putting into remote learning. They're doing the best they can, but it is just the nature of the beast. We have a crisis on our hands. There are reports of 11 and 12-year-olds committing suicide. We've already heard from one pediatrician tonight. Pediatricians are prescribing medicine in record numbers for students coping with anxiety, stress, and depression. So this is a full-blown crisis, and I'm concerned we're not treating it as such. We should be doing more, and we should be moving quickly to transition to on-site and hybrid learning. The governor removed mandates and gave back a lot of control to school decisions to districts. Schools were encouraged to open by February 15th. We failed. Yet there is an increasing body of knowledge that people have talked about, the science that's been developed around on-site learning in the pandemic. We know that schools can open to some sort of level of on-site learning with the appropriate mitigation measures. The recent CDC report stressed that schools can open even if community transmission rates are high, if you have the appropriate mitigation measures. So that brings me to a question I have about our current metrics. Our metrics have been in the orange since late December. The orange is defined as elementary on-site and hybrid transition. The description in the model is prioritize careful phasing in of on-site hybrid or for elementary schools. So this is confusing to me. We seem to be waiting for this yellow zone, and it feels like foot dragging. Oregon is making national headlines because we're foot dragging. So once we actually start, what does it mean that we're phasing in one grade at a time? Does this actually mean that we're going to wait 7 weeks until my 7th grader is in school? Are we going to wait 12 weeks until high schoolers start? This is crazy. We're offering children too little, too late. To many parents, it feels like the district has turned opening schools into a unicorn, a mythical fantasy creature that we will never find. But in our search, we're stepping over the zoomed out bodies of our children. How can we change this? We have strong science-based evidence that sheds light on how we can safely open schools. We have vaccinated our teachers, but we need to overcome this momentum of fear. And I want to say one last thing about vaccinating teachers. I was fully supportive of that. My 85 and 87-year-old in-laws were supportive of that. But it is inexcusable and unethical that these teachers would be vaccinated above other higher risk groups while we're still waiting for schools to open. So in conclusion, we should be moving faster to open K-8 to hybrid on-site learning. We have strong mitigation measures planned and in place. There is sound science supporting the notion that children can return to the classroom safely with masks, social distancing, hand washing, and mitigations. There are options for kids who don't want to return to the classroom. Exactly why are we dragging our feet? We're going to never end up opening schools this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. I appreciate your voice. And is there any questions from our board members or students representatives? Seeing none, thank you again, Becky, and have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Thank
you. Kathy Sword, could you please state your name for the record and acknowledge if you heard the instructions? And if you did, you may start whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name's Kathy Sword, and yes, I did hear the instructions. Thank you. And I just want to thank the board for their work and for the opportunity to speak tonight in favor of the resolution about universal health care. So the easiest way for me to talk about this is just to tell my story. I'm a retired HP employee. I worked in HP finance for 20 years. I was at work on June 2nd, 2016, when I got the worst headache of my life. Got myself over to Good Samaritan because I heard you should get checked out if you ever get a terrible headache, and do that. After a CT scan, found out I had a ruptured brain aneurysm, got flown to Portland, had brain surgery, recovered. Here I am, walking and talking, and was truly grateful and delighted. That's all the good news. A few months later, because I worked in finance, I decided to download the sum total of my bills. And just so you know, my husband's a state employee, and so we have fabulous insurance. The total of all of the bills was $343,000, which is like, used to be able to buy a house for $343,000, which means you don't, you don't do that. And so while I had some significant recovery to do, and I was very happy that I had insurance, because who can pay a bill like that? I was haunted by that amount of money, to be honest. And as everyone also probably remembers, 2016 was an election year. And shortly before the general election, there was a little door hanger on my door from Mid-Valley Healthcare Advocates, which is an organization here seeking to promote universal healthcare, which I'd never heard of in my life. So I had to look it up on Wikipedia, found out what it was, and remembering how haunted I was by that $343,000 figure, I thought, this is it. This is what we need. Because if you don't have insurance to be one of the lucky few, which, or, depending on how you look at it, which I was, and I'm not special or, I was privileged, but there's no reason why I should benefit from that any more than anyone else. Because if you don't have insurance, you either, I forgot to mention this earlier, I briefly considered while I was still at work the day that this aneurysm happened, just going home and going to bed and thinking, it's a bad headache, it'll go away. And I would have died. I would have not have woken up. And so, in some cases, if you don't get medical care, you die for things that are treatable, because we have excellent medical care in this country if you can get it. Or with a bill like $343,000, or who knows how many other big bills there are, you can pay for the rest of your life, or you can go bankrupt. So while you're trying to recover from something serious, you might go bankrupt or be in debt forever, or you might not get to live. So now that I understand a bit more about what universal health care actually means, that's why I have come out in favor of it. Thank you very
Kathy.
much for listening.
Thank you. I appreciate your voice. Is there any questions for Kathy? Again, thank you very much for sharing.
Thank you.
And wishing you a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you. Linda Chisholm, and I apologize if I did not pronounce your last name appropriately. Could you unmute Linda and state your name and identify if you have heard the instructions, and if you did, you may start your comments. Linda Chisholm. If you're available, we can't hear you. You need to unmute.
I don't see a cell for Linda Chisholm.
So we'll go back in 3 minutes, but now I'll go for the next person. Bruce Thompson. Bruce, you may unmute, and if you heard the instructions, please identify if you did and state your name for the record, and then you may start whenever you're ready.
You are unmuted.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, I have heard the instructions, and furthermore, I agreed to abide by them. Thank you for this. My name is Bruce Thompson. I'm a retired family doctor, served in Corvallis for over 20 years. And as a physician, I had the opportunity to work with many of my patients who were in Medicare, Medicaid, Oregon Health Plan patients. And I saw firsthand the benefits of publicly funded health care. I fully support publicly funded education. My wife is actually has a 30-year history with the Corvallis School District as a teacher, and our children attended public schools, which prepared them well, even to the point where they became smarter than their dad. So I'm here to support the resolution regarding universal health care, as Kathy Soward has spoken to as well. And I fully agree that it is well past time for Oregon and the U.S. to extend the current high-quality publicly funded health care that we see with Medicare, Medicaid, Oregon Health Plan to all people in need. You fold into this the current pandemic, which has underscored the need for a universal healthcare system in the U.S. Many other countries have a universal healthcare system, and we see lower rates of death in those countries. It's most important for Oregon and the U.S. because our community members have lost their jobs, and along with that, they've lost their health insurance. And some ethnic groups in our state suffer more than others. I would like to just read from Oregon Health Authority their definition of health equity. The Oregon Health Authority, OHA, has an established definition of health equity which guides the work of the agency. Oregon's health equity definition is: Oregon will have established a health system that creates health equity when all people can reach their full health potential and well-being and are not disadvantaged by their race, their ethnicity, their language, their disability, their gender identity, sexual orientation, or social class. Achieving health equity requires the ongoing collaboration of all regions and sectors of the state. So this is a quote from the Oregon Health Authority. There's been many negative impacts of the pandemic, but one of the most positive impacts is that it has created an unprecedented collaboration across all sectors of our community partners. And this has been demonstrated even this evening with the reports from our local student representatives.
Bruce, your time is up. Could you conclude?
Yes, I would just like to point out that the caseload in our white population, according to the OHA, is 1/4 of what it is in Pacific Islanders. It's approximately equal to the cases per 100,000 in Asian, and it is twice the American Indians and Alaskan Natives have twice the cases per 100,000 as our white population. So those are, and our black population also twice the numbers as our white population in the state. So that concludes my comments, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Bruce? See none. Thank you, Bruce, and we appreciate your comments. I'll go back to Linda Chisholm. If you're available, could you identify yourself? All right. Did I miss any public commenter who registered? All right. So with that, I'll be closing the public comments period. Yeah, and I would like to invite our community members who provided public comments that they can leave the platform and continue watching from the YouTube channel, the Corvallis School District's YouTube channel. Really appreciate your comments, and also invite anyone who wants to share with the board at any point of time to email us or sign up for a public comment for the next business meeting. That's the next item on the agenda is the education update. So we do have educational update from Superintendent Ryan Noss. Ryan, floor is yours.
Thank you, Sammy, and to the board. So our educational update that we've been providing all along has really focused on how our school district navigates and moves through the pandemic, and related to things like limited in-person instruction, where we started last spring. And so tonight, what I'd like to do is have, we're fortunate to have members of the Benton County health team with us to share some information related to COVID numbers in our community. At the conclusion of that time, we'll make sure that there's plenty of time for you to ask that team questions. And then following that, there'll be a second slide deck that Melissa Harder and I will present related to next steps for the school district. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter Banworth and the team from the Benton County Health Department. Peter, I would think that everyone would want to take a moment just to introduce themselves, and then we can move into the slide deck.
Thank you. I think that's a great plan. Parker, are you going to be running the slides for us tonight? Yes. Seems like you are. Fantastic. Well, hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting us. Thank you to the board for inviting us. My name is Peter Banworth. My pronouns are he and him. I'm an epidemiologist at Benton County Health Department. I generally work in population health and support our communicable disease team. And part of my role in this past year has been to try to understand I suppose, the flavor of uniqueness that each county has with the pandemic, and Benton County's particular flavor of uniqueness. Joining me today, we're very fortunate, are our county health officer, Dr. Bruce Thompson, and a pediatrician and a member of our K-12 school review reopening review team, Dr. Carolina Amador. So I'll let them introduce themselves.
Carolina, go ahead. Okay. Hi, I'm Carolina Amador. I've been a pediatrician in Corvallis for 18 years and with Benton County for 16 years. Thanks for having us.
And I'm Bruce Thompson. I'm a retired family doc, and I've been with the county for over 20 years, actually, as public health officer.
And the two good doctors are here specifically to help answer all those questions that may roll my way that aren't data focused, because they're really the ones with that expertise.
And then, Peter, it looks like Sarah was able to join us as well.
Yes, and Sarah Hartstein is our Healthy Communities Division Manager. She is really our center of knowledge with the vaccine allocation and vaccine administration here in our county, if there are any questions of that nature as well. Okay, thank you, Parker. All right, so we were asked here to present to the board specifically to look at the COVID-19 cases in Benton County and do a little bit deeper dive into the dynamics of the disease as the data can reveal to us. As an epidemiologist, my role is really to look at and interpret data. And while I work with my team on larger issues, when I do presentations like this, I really try to stay in my lane And again, that's why Dr. Thompson, Dr. Amador, and Sarah Hartstein are here as well for those other questions. Thank you, Parker. If you could advance. So we recognize that questions of COVID-19 spread in Benton County and in Corvallis can be pretty sensitive. You know, there are various groups that have different experiences and share our community in different ways. And one of the most important ethical codes for public health, I took some excerpts from the American Public Health Association Code of Ethics. So I'd like to read those and just to keep those in mind as we talk through the data and some of the conclusions that we've drawn. To balance the public's need for information with the possibility that investigations result will create undue burdens or stigma for populations, groups, or individuals, or cause other adverse outcomes. To recognize and acknowledge when evidence is changing or incomplete and when assumptions or context change the relevance of evidence. And to build relationships and partnership based on mutual respect and reciprocity, recognizing the dignity and capability of individuals and the assets and strengths of the community. And Benton County Public Health strives to improve the health and well-being of everyone who lives, works, learns, and plays in our community. Thank you, Parker. You could advance. So I'm here today specifically to talk about mostly the past 2 to 3 months of COVID-19 cases in our county. And I wanted to start by showing you these two maps, looking at the different Ready School Safe Learners risk levels in Oregon. I couldn't go back farther than January 19th because the color system changed. They changed the metrics levels. But if you look at January 19th, you see a lot of red and orange in and around Benton County. And then if you move forward to February 19th, you see some more green, but really the biggest change is there's a lot more yellow than there used to be. And what this means is the red is the highest risk category and yellow is the second lowest. So around the state, we all have probably heard, cases are trending down. But if you look specifically at Benton County, we were orange in January and we are still orange now. And of course, there's a question about, well, why is that? Why haven't our numbers decreased along with the numbers of all the counties surrounding us? Thank you, Parker. So this is a version of a bar graph called a ribbon chart. That shows the cases in Benton County from December 6th, 2020, up through the previous Monday, February 7th. And what it does is it breaks those cases into 5 different age groups. And you can look by looking at the graph, you can kind of get a sense of how the cases are distributed across age groups over time. The 0 to 17 age group, which includes our K-12 students, most of them, except for the 18-year-olds, is the dark blue. And the 18 to 29-year-old range is the brown. And certainly when I first looked at this, I noticed, I would say, 3 things that I'd like to highlight for you. One is that the brown category, the 18 to 29, in each week had the largest share of cases. It had the largest number of cases of any age group. The second thing that I would note is that beginning in January 3rd, the cases among all other age groups decreased. They've decreased and stayed pretty steady in the past 2 months. Whereas the cases in the age 18 to 29 age group haven't decreased. They've stayed pretty steady or even increased a little bit. And the third thing that I would note is that the age 0 to 17 cases has never been above 22, which it was in December 6th. And for the past 2 months or so, it's been below 10. So it's been very low. Now, when the next slide will show us what that age distribution looks like across the whole state of Oregon to give a comparison. Thank you, Parker. So in the whole state of Oregon, the things that really leap out to me are there's a much more even distribution of cases among age groups. You know, the 18 to 29 is not the lion's share of cases across the whole state of Oregon. And in any given week, it's a pretty, you know, the share of cases stays pretty similar, and they've decreased all the way. They've decreased throughout the past 2 months. Each age group has decreased. So what I would like to do, Parker, is if you just give the board an opportunity to kind of compare these two again, if you move back to the previous slide. Again, you see that in Benton County, the cases among the 18 to 29 age range has been very much the largest proportion and hasn't decreased significantly, if at all, over the past 2 months. And then you can move forward to the next slide. Whereas in Oregon as a whole, the 18 to 29 age group is much more proportionate to the other age groups and has decreased over time along with cases in the other age groups. So when I looked at that, the key question to me as an epidemiologist was, what does that mean for the particular evolution of the pandemic, for the risk of community spread in Benton County? So if we can advance another slide. And I think this is the most important thing in terms of information for the school board to consider, which is what the data does and doesn't say. So the data implies that cases among the age range 0 to 17 have remained consistently low since January 3rd. That Benton County has an uncommonly high proportion of cases among age range 18 to 29. And crucially, in terms of understanding the spread or the potential spread of the disease, in Benton County, cases among that 18 to 29 age group are not spreading out to other age groups at the same rate as they may be spreading within the age group 18 to 29. So to state that again, the spread outward from the 18 to 29 age group does not seem to be significant at all. It seems that by and large, cases within that 18 to 29 age group are only spreading within that age 18 to 29 age group. So I do want to point out a couple things that we can't conclude from just looking at the data. We don't know in Oregon as a whole how cases may or may not be spreading between age groups. Just because they seem to be even as you go along, it doesn't really tell you much about the disease dynamics. We don't know in Benton County in Oregon how cases may be spreading into the 18 to 29 age group. I do want to bring this up specifically, which is there's no evidence from the data that affiliation with OSU is a risk factor. What we know is that that age group, 18 to 29, has a very large proportion of cases, but that doesn't mean that affiliation with OSU is what determines that higher likelihood of having an infection. And we also don't know that there is zero spread from 18 to 29 to other age groups, just that there is almost certainly much less spread than within that age group. And we can advance again. So I wanted to walk you through my logic, my epidemiological reasoning for this conclusion, because I think it is very important. If cases within 18 to 29 are staying within 18 to 29, it means that the risk to other age groups is not equivalent to, or doesn't really match our total case rate, right? Our total case rate tends to be between 200 and 300 cases per 100,000 people every 2 weeks. But if most of those cases are within and staying within that age 18 to 29 age group, then the risk to our other age groups is much lower than what the numbers would seem to say. So suppose that the spread were equal from 18 to 29 in other age groups, then where we are right now, which we could call week 1, with most cases in the 18 to 29 age group, as we advance a week, if you could, Parker, we would see that we get more spread into those other age groups. And as we continue advancing to week 3 and then to week 4, you're really good at this, Parker, we would end up in a situation where the share of cases would once again be equal. So the fact that for the past 6 to 8 weeks, the lion's share of cases has been in and has stayed in the 18 to 29 age group makes it very unlikely that they are actually spreading it outside of, or that is, it is actually spreading outside of that age group very much at all. So if we can advance another slide. So another visual over here on the left is my interpretation of the data. It indicates that in Benton County, we do have a high proportion of cases in that age group, but those cases are staying in that age group. They really aren't spreading widely to other age groups. Whereas in Oregon, there are many possible dynamics. It could be that cases stay within their age group, like that center graph, or it could be cases spread between age groups, like that far right graph, either one of which would lead to those relatively equal distributions. And if you can advance again, Parker, thank you. So the conclusion I drew is that the risk of the coronavirus spreading to and within children age 0 to 17 or older adults age 30 plus is likely lower in Benton County than it would be in a community with the same case rate, but where the cases were spread evenly across age groups. We can think, yep. And so I did want to put our contact information on there. Our reopening review team coordinates through our public health program assistant, Paula Felipe. You can see my information there as the epidemiologist, and Dr. Thompson is our county health officer. So at this time, I'd be happy to open it up to questions. Like I said, Dr. Thompson, Dr. Amador, and Sarah Hartstein are also available to answer any of the questions. And if they, I'd like to give them the opportunity if they wanted to add anything to the presentation to do so now.
Is there anything you would like to add? We do have a few questions though. So would our presenters want to add anything? See none, let's go for Vince, then Lou, then Jay. Vince.
So Peter, great to see you. Thank you very much for that presentation. You answered a lot of the questions that I already had. The one that's popping up for me is that I'm just curious, thinking about a population pyramid for Benton County, knowing that we have a higher proportion of people in that 18 to 29 age category, how much of the case rate are we seeing is a function of just the demographics of our county, and how much of it is just behavioral risk factors within that population?
Thank you, Vince. That's a great question. So I would say there are elements of both. So if you look at that age group in our population pyramid for Benton County, about a third of Benton County residents, people with residential addresses here, are in that age group. So compared to the state of Oregon in general, which is maybe 10 to 15%. So we have nearly twice the proportion in that age range. That is definitely going to increase our numbers. And it's not likely to be a linear increase. So if we have 3 times the proportion of the population, we might expect more than 3 times the proportion of the cases because of disease dynamics. And also, we know that these groups, that age group tends to interact with each other a lot, and certainly more than with other age groups outside of the 18 to 29. And so there is the opportunity for more epidemic pressure within that age group than potentially within some other age groups that, have more stable jobs where they can work remotely, aren't working frontline jobs, are able to isolate more successfully and may also choose to isolate more successfully. And so I would say it's a combination of both. Teasing that out is difficult and is definitely something to review, but both have an impact, certainly.
Great, thanks for that discussion.
Lou, and then Jay, and then Therese. Lou?
Thanks, Peter, for that info. I always love seeing graphs and data information like this. It's really helpful for me to like visualize what we're experiencing as a community. And I did have a question, and you partially answered it with Vince's actually, but I have a question about the younger grades or younger age group, which are basically the K-12 group, the 0 to 17, and that number being lower. I'm a little bit curious if the trend would, if there's any speculation of the trend having to do with them not interacting as much as they usually would. And I think you kind of answered that with the 18 to 29 group, because they are interacting more because of work or other behavioral choices. And so I'm kind of curious your thoughts on that, like with a forecasting, like kind of view. And then I have a follow-up thing with that too.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Lou. So certainly there is less interaction among the K-12 than in a typical non-COVID year. We have seen, however, in school districts, other school districts within our county and across the state, K-12 students who have attended those schools are interacting socially, but not necessarily physically. They're still maintaining distance. They're still wearing face coverings. And so, and we haven't seen large number of cases or any spread within those school settings. There have been a few cases among students, but not subsequent spread in the school settings. And so I would say that there's not strong evidence that it's a lack of social connection that is causing those numbers to be low, because in places where there has been more interaction, the safety measures put in place by those school districts seem to have effectively kept that risk very low. And Dr. Thompson or Dr. Amador, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, agreed. I think ODE and OHJ has reported that they have looked at schools that have been open and in person. And like Peter said, with the mandatory health and safety protocols that are in place, they have seen COVID enter school buildings, but they have really not seen much, if any, in-school transmission.
Awesome, thank you. The reason I was asking is because sometimes that may come up as a question. And one of the things that was really helpful in the information you showed was the statewide comparison with the numbers going down like across all age groups. And I know there's a lot of reasons why that's probably happening, but with the number of the 0 to 17s already being that low in Benton County, if we continue to be on that same trend like the state, that gives me a lot of hope for the plans for the in-person pieces. And so I appreciate you all like clarifying and solidifying, that way there's not a question mark about that.
Thanks, Lou. Jay?
I have two questions. Thank you. First of all, it's really helpful information. And I finally found the dashboards that I needed to connect at the state level. So I've got a question about positivity rates in Benton County. Can you comment about where, if a person hasn't been looking at those dashboards, what would you be able to share about the positivity rate for Benton County that looks good or not look good?
Thanks for that question, Jay. I didn't include that slide, but I thought after I sent them to Parker that maybe I should have. The test positivity rate in Benton County has consistently stayed low. So in the 4-level system for the Ready Schools Safe Learners, we've always stayed in the green category for test positivity. And so in terms of test positivity, it seems that that provides evidence that that we're not in an extremely high risk category from that standpoint.
My second question deals with the 6 foot or 35 square foot rule that I think sits big time on schools, but I wanted to hear it from your perspective. And I think Dr. Amador, you made a comment that said those are mandatory guidelines. Has that been changed by the governor? In other words, if I am a 7-year-old versus a 17-year-old, it doesn't make sense in my rational common sense world to say that the same barrier distance is important. But what would you advise us in terms of, is it a mandatory set of rule, or can we use some discretion? And does it make sense that there might be different distances for ages?
Thanks for that question. And Dr. Amador, it looks like you're going to take this one.
So the 6-foot rule, it's mandatory in terms of the mandate is 35 square feet per child. And yes, that to maintain as much as possible the 6 feet between children, knowing that, that is more difficult with younger children. That's based on the best data that we have. However, ODE and OHA are continually looking at that specific aspect of the guidelines because that is difficult for schools. And many experts actually think that probably less space is really needed, but they're hesitant to go there yet. Just to mitigate risk as much as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Therese, and then I'll put myself on the docket for a quick question. Therese?
Thank you, Sammy. So I had a few things noted here, and other people have already hit on either on those exactly or close enough to them. So I wanted to ask about something that we haven't discussed yet, which is the term in-school transmission versus transmission. So I've heard that it's stated that transmission is not likely to be taking place with any significant rate inside schools, which doesn't mean that nobody that is school-aged is not either getting it or spreading it, but that doesn't seem to be happening inside the school. So I'm thinking about the Summit High School example of their recent outbreak there. So can you just talk to us a little bit about what is meant by transmission not happening in our schools compared to people who are school-aged getting and or becoming asymptomatic carriers? Does that question even make sense? It made sense in my head, but.
Yeah, I think that it's a good question. It makes sense. We've had many of these internal conversations about that topic. So I'll pass it to Dr. Thompson or Dr. Amador to answer that one.
Well, generally, when people talk about in-school transmission, it's transmission from student to student at school, or from student to teacher, or from teacher to student. So specifically, that's what's referring to in-school transmission. The Summit High School incident, of course, was a party outside of school. So it makes sense that in that situation, they probably weren't masked or distanced or being very careful. And so therefore transmission happened rather easily, where in a school setting where you have these layers of protection, that transmission really is much less frequent than you would see outside of school where you don't have these layers of protection. Some people refer to something called a Swiss cheese model, where you have the layers of protection are like layers of Swiss cheese that have holes in them. Like, for example, a layer of physical distancing. Well, the holes would be that young children will get close to each other. A layer of masking or face coverings. Well, the holes would be that some face coverings don't work as well as others, or some children just can't keep them on. Another layer would be ventilation, where some buildings have good ventilation, other buildings don't. But if you put the layers one on top of the other, you begin to cover the holes or the fractures of each layer, so that in the end you have fairly good protection. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. So if taking the Summit High School example, where transmission obviously very likely happened without masks, without a lot of physical distancing, maybe no physical distancing in some cases. What I want to make sure I'm hearing correctly from you is that the idea is that even in a situation where a person participates in an activity like that and unprotected, not careful, no measures, gets COVID, if they come into an environment where these other measures are in place, they may very well be a carrier, but they are significantly not very likely perhaps to pass it to anyone else. Those individuals who are using those safety guidelines then.
That's correct. And in fact, ODE will often talk about scenarios where COVID might enter the school building. You're preventing that in some ways with the health screenings, but still not 100% of the time. So COVID may enter the school building, but then by these other measures, you're keeping it at that person rather than spreading it to others.
Okay. And then my last question is probably, I mean, it is hypothetical. And so maybe you don't have an answer for it, but my guess is that this has been thought about. What's the tipping point in the community? What's the change in our metric? Where is that change where you no longer think it is a good idea for us to open schools? Is that going to be tied to ages where cases are showing up? Or is it going to be just a saturation point within the community in general, regardless of who has it? What would need to change for you to say, I don't think this is a good idea anymore. We need to close those doors again.
So, hi, this is Bruce again. Now you see why it's such a joy to work at Benton County Public Health, demonstrated by Peter and Carolina and Sarah's leadership with the schools team. Yeah, so it kind of gets back to Jay's question about the 35 square feet. Well, 6 times 6 is 36, so that's close enough. But maintaining that distance is a significant part of mitigating the spread. Wearing face coverings is a significant part of mitigating the spread, and sanitizing. So those are all factors that will help with the schools to stay open. What we haven't talked about is the fact that we appear to be in a lull right now, statewide, nationwide, actually, and the snowstorms have actually contributed to that because people, if they have heat, or even if they don't have heat, they stay indoors more. That can change. What we've seen in countries around the world is that people start opening up, and the case rate goes up, and at some point, they have to close back down. So there's that unknown, unpredictable variable, and then there's the unpredictable variable of how effective the vaccines are going to be against the variants that are being more widely seen nationwide. And a demonstration of that is Great Britain, where they had a big surge and what was causing it? Oh, well, it was this different variant that was more easily transmitted, more contagious in that sense. So Dr. Amador's example of the Swiss cheese is really quite pertinent, and the best we can do is adhere to what appears to be working at this point, with case rates going down statewide, nationwide, and just be on the lookout for anything that would cause those case rates to go back up. I hope that helps.
It helps a little bit. I think that it's hard because of the unknowns that you have mentioned, and honestly, the inability to predict. I just wonder about for the parents in the community who have expressed concerns and might be sitting on the fence here about whether or not they think this is a good idea or they want to send their child. I'm thinking about, I think just looking for, we see numbers right now that make us say we're comfortable that this is safe. And so, yeah, I don't know, hoping for some kind of outer boundary that would that would give you as a professional pause about whether or not we should continue with reopening. I mean, obviously places are doing it. Schools have opened and then closed and then opened and then closed. And so there is some kind of parameter at which when people get close to it, they back away. I just don't have a sense of what, under the current understanding of how this disease spread is working, what those parameters look like for us now.
So I noticed that Sarah turned on her camera, and it makes me wonder if she wanted to weigh in on this. Sorry if I think I just cut somebody off.
Hi, this is Sarah Hartstein, and I wasn't intending to unmute myself or turn on my camera. I was just going to watch my three colleagues do their magic. But I just wanted to add to the, to the answer to your question, which was, what leads us to recommend that a school closes down. And certainly, as Dr. Thompson mentioned, that if we see a significant increase in cases, or if we become concerned about variants, but that also if we feel like a school or a school district is not adhering to the Ready Schools Safe Learners guidance, sections 1 through 3 with fidelity, or if there isn't cooperation with our case investigators and the rest of our communicable disease team, that could lead to a recommendation where we ask for a school to close their doors. So far, and I know Dr. Amador and Peter have mentioned that we've seen in our own county, we've seen schools stay open, since the beginning of September successfully, and they have kind of rode the metrics. And one thing that they're really doing well is adhering to the Ready School Safe Learners guidance, proceeding with great caution, communicating with families about the importance in adhering to COVID precaution protocols outside of the school setting, and in being in very close communication with teachers and administration about symptoms, preferably screening children before the school day starts, screening children when they arrive at school, and working very, very closely with our case investigators. And as I love Dr. Amador's Swiss cheese model, collaborating with case investigators, working with our communicable disease team, being in close communication with our public health team is another layer of Swiss cheese.
Thank you. Well, I'll go next, and then Vince, and then Ezra. I want to really appreciate the presentation, the responses. Peter, Dr. Amador, Dr. Thompson, and Sarah, really appreciate it. I appreciate mentioning the Swiss cheese model. I think it's by reason, if I'm not mistaken, which is a good example for us to think of not only on institutional level, but building level and individual level. As many mitigation and prevention measures we put in place, we have more layers of protection. For an error or an accident, which is an infection to happen, we need to have a failure in all of the things that are in place. That's why we say we need to have distancing, and we need to have the masks and all of the other things that we do to create more barriers. So as folks listen to this, we need to think about it as an institution, as a county, as a building, and as an individuals as well. So I really appreciate it. Now to my question, thank you for separating the age groups and giving us the assumptions around what we're concluding here. I saw the presentation from the infections side, and I'm wondering if you want to comment on the different representation of age groups at large. So basically susceptibles for Benton County. So the 18 to 29 years old susceptibles to the general population in Benton County compared to other counties or Oregon at large. How would that chart look like? And if the proportion here in Benton County is different than other places, would that make you more comfortable, less comfortable? If you could walk me through that.
Sure, I'll try to do that. Sammy. So you mean just general proportions of population?
Correct.
So like I said, the 18 to 29 age group in Benton County is about 30% of our population, which includes both people attending Oregon State University and people in that age group who are not attending Oregon State University. So we'll frequently get the question, are students included in our numbers? And yes, they pretty much always are. When you look at a denominator, when you look at a population, that's going to include our students, anyone who has a residential address in Benton County. The 0 to 17 age group is pretty similar to the state at large, as are our other age groups. Our population pyramid would look very similar to the state, so where it's pretty vertical, and then once you get up into 80s and 90s, it starts to come together, except for that 18 to 29 age group, which gives us a really big bulge right at the middle. So the state's population pyramid is pretty much a block that, like your standard drawing of a house, vertical and then comes together. And Benton County's is that vertical comes together, but with like a big hula hoop right there at the 18 to 29 age group. So that in and of itself leads us to think we're going to have a lot more cases in that age range. In general, that 18 to 29 age group all over Oregon has a slightly larger share of cases relative to their proportion, which kind of lends credence to Vince's question. Is there a characteristic of that age group that raises their risk a little bit? And it appears there are, and it likely, from what we know, from social sciences, there's more interaction and less adherence to certain rules and certain precautions, and more vulnerability in terms of, can't necessarily work from home all the time. You have to go places and things like that. So that definitely, that, as I mentioned at the beginning, that's really our flavor of uniqueness here in Benton County, is that hula hoop right there. And that really affects all our different health outcomes in interesting ways.
Wonderful. And if I may conclude from that, the per 100,000 capita cases might be beneficial for us to look into it within the age groups, not Benton County at large, because of the unique signature of our age group distribution, right?
Definitely. If we look at per 100,000 or per capita, we're probably going to see, and I haven't done this, but just based on that one graph, and then kind of translating it in my head, we're going to see probably slightly lower than expected case rates among most age groups and higher than expected case rates among the 18 to 29 age group.
Wonderful, I appreciate it. Vince, Ezra, and then Lou.
So, we have a bunch of parents on the other and teachers on the other side of this YouTube live feed, and I want to ask this question kind of more as a dad than a school board member, and I've really appreciated this detailed discussion. But I just want to confirm, what I'm supposed to learn from this presentation. And so before seeing the ribbon chart, before seeing your data, Peter, my assumption was that our risk was pretty high because we were looking at the course case rate. But what I'm hearing from you is that actually our, thinking about in terms of opening schools and bringing kids into schools and, and having them go back home, that our risk is actually, quite a bit more modest than we had originally thought, maybe even, for us a week ago, because I hadn't seen your chart. Is that accurate?
So that is the conclusion that I drew from the data, is that the risk looking course without any age group stratification appears to be at a very high risk for the age 0 to 17 and the age 30 plus. When you look at it by age groups, and in particular, not just the proportion, but the way the proportion doesn't change over time, that indicates that there isn't spread from that 18 to 29 age group to other age groups, which makes me conclude that the risk to those other age groups is lower than what we would expect if we had just looked at the course numbers. and it's higher than we would expect for that 18 to 29 age group. So, as a public health professional, I do want to emphasize that, that part of our community is at higher risk than we would like to see. As educators and parents thinking about children, thinking about, school teachers who have established positions and educators and staff who are able to isolate safely when they're not at school, lower than what we would expect.
Right. And then just to take this to the next step, additionally, using Dr. Amador's Swiss cheese model, we have Ready Schools, Safe Learners requirements, that there's all these institutional practices that our district is ready to implement when we start bringing staff and kids into our buildings. And that is going to even further mitigate that risk that, is, going to always be there, but what you're saying is already moderate. So I guess for a dad, and this is real for me because I have 2 kids that are going to be going into school. What I'm hearing is that, there is some risk, but it's going to be pretty modest, in that it's, this is a good time that I can feel pretty confident in sending my kids back to school.
Well, I would say that each parent should be able to make that decision, just as you're reflecting on that. And what I'm comfortable saying is that as parents make those decisions, to have the information that, the broad look at the risk seems to be more elevated than the actual risk to those age groups. But what level of risk a parent or a child is comfortable with is really, to me, their decision.
So maybe, when we pivot and we have Ryan and the education team, they can talk in more detail about that Swiss cheese model and get into more detail about that, because that's really the mitigating factor in reducing risk. Thanks for indulging me.
Wonderful. Ezra, you're up next.
Yeah, hello. Thank you. I first want to say just a big thank you for the presentation, because I found that extremely helpful. Seeing that data in that format, I found it really eye-opening. Little background is that me and Kristen Moon and I are both associated student body presidents at CHS. And so in these meetings, we often have students come in to voice their concerns about things around school. And a lot of those concerns have been, since the fall when some sports did open up, were about those practices, and largely about the effectiveness and willingness to adhere to social distancing and mask wearing guidelines. And so when I was listening to that, the Swiss cheese model, and I was thinking about how the cohorts being separated in school, but in regards to sports practices, that's kind of getting mixed together. I was thinking that's quite a big hole in the cheese. And so I was just wondering if you could speak to, I guess, the transmission around like outdoor settings, just so I could get a better understanding of that.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you, Ezra. Dr. Thompson or Dr. Carolina or Dr. Amador?
Excuse me, the data for outdoor transmission is a little bit difficult in some ways because there's such different factors in the outdoors, like wind and temperature and, how many people and the distancing. But there certainly is, there's definitely evidence of a lack of transmission in the outdoors by a significant magnitude compared to indoors, which is why in the guidelines, outdoor sports are allowed, much sooner than any indoor sport would be allowed, because that transmission rate is so much less. So we still don't know at what point we can push the envelope on that, like in terms of, do you need a mask outdoors? Do you need 6 feet outdoors? We don't know exactly where those boundaries are, but we do know that transmission is significantly less.
Thank you. That helped answer my question quite a bit. When I was thinking about also kind of the summit situation with the party, I was kind of thinking of the sports being a little bit outside of what a school transmission would be identified as, just with how they're being conducted right now. So that was very helpful. Thank you.
So Ezra, I would add some words to what Dr. Amador mentioned. So within the athletics at OSU, far less cases than outside of athletics. And that's because of the commitment that the players have to doing the best they can to abide by guidelines for outdoor sports. And in fact, most of the cases, which were far less case rate in athletics than the general population, most of those cases were not from team members. They were from activities outside of the team. So hopefully your coach will be nice and strict and keep people in line, and that seems to have worked for OSU.
Up next is Lou and then Jay, and we're a little bit over time, but I know this is the topic, so we're gonna give it as much time as we need. Lou and then Jay.
Yeah, I just had a couple little questions about more about per capita rates with the numbers. And so like we have this whole number, but what is the percentage of the population that is represented by the 18 to 29 is pretty big in the county, right? I think Vince mentioned that earlier too. And so for the population sizes, I was a little bit curious if you had any of that data or if there's somewhere that it can be looked up by the public, not only for the age groups, but I'm thinking about the racial demographics too. If there's overrepresentation, Corvallis is a predominantly white town and Benton County is as well as a county, but the trend in Oregon has shown that it impacts certain populations more than others, specifically Black, Native American, and Pacific Islander and Latinx communities, from the stuff that I've seen, which I believe is accurate because it was from Health Pages. But I don't know if that's true in our county though, or if that's specific to other areas. And I was asking more about the per capita rates for those populations because they are such small percentages and usually get asterished out in a lot of data sets. And so that's where that question is coming from.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I really like the idea of looking at per capita rates. The challenge would be to kind of show how the total cases are broken out by different ages, which is why I didn't do it for this presentation. So the 18 to 29 age group is about a third of our population. And so we would expect to see a lot more cases in that age group proportionately than, say, in the state of Oregon as a whole. Looking at it, if we looked at by per capita for those age groups, I think what we would see is slightly lower per capita in most age groups than we might expect, and higher per capita in that 18 to 29 age group. Regarding data on the different subpopulations on race and ethnicity, so we made a decision early on, and as you say, you know, a lot of times those groups get, I don't think I can say the word correctly, but asterisked out, which is really problematic for understanding how these diseases are impacting our different communities. The challenge that we face when we think about public information is maintaining privacy and confidentiality of the data, and when the numbers are very small, we run into that barrier. So we decided early on, based on the distribution of cases among different racial and ethnic groups, that it wouldn't be appropriate to make that data publicly available. But we do have it internally, and we do review that data, and I think it would be a good idea to take another look and to see if there are any significant disparities in Benton County that mirror those of the state.
Thanks, Peter. I think that would be like really helpful to know because like I totally understand that. I mean, working with data too, with reports and stuff like that, it's hard with the confidentiality part, but it's so damaging not to have that in there because there's like people's lives can be at stake. And all the data that has been shown so far, like nationwide, has shown that these populations that I mentioned, which I'm also part of, is hit the hardest with the severe reactions and deaths and everything like that. And there's a whole host of reasons that is that has been concluded, but I'm curious more about our specific county because sometimes we go by that information when it may not be what's happening here, but it also may be, we don't know because we don't see that. So I'd be interested to know at some point, perhaps down the road, if it's possible, if there is overrepresentation in those groups without even the numbers, just like it looks like there might be. So thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you.
Lou, if I could just respond also to your question. So the state does have that information on the dashboard, and I can drop the link in the chat box. But for a lot of their data dashboards, they have county information, but for ethnicity, race, they do not have county information, but they do have statewide information. And as I may have mentioned earlier, the Pacific Islanders are really they're 4 times the case rate than the white population. Alaskan natives, Native Americans are 2.5 times the white population as far as case rate goes. But I'll see if I can drop that link in the chat box for you to take a look at.
Thank you, Bruce. And if you don't mind emailing Mr. Parker, since we don't have a chat box, so you can email us Parker or to the board and we'll receive it. I apologize, Lou, did you have a follow-up?
Okay, I will send it then to Patrick, is it? Parker, I'm sorry, Parker. I'll send it. Is that okay if I send it to you, Parker?
Yes.
And then they will be just shared out with the board from there.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Thompson.
All I was going to say was thank you for answering that to both of you because it's part of our conversation. I don't think we've dove into very deeply, and so and it's already a vulnerable groups within our communities.
Wonderful. Jay and then Kate.
So Dr. Thompson and Dr. Amador, I am thrilled with the concept of a cheesecloth because what that tells me is there are multiple factors. And you, I think, have been here throughout the evening where you've heard that we're faced with not just COVID, but in fact, maybe more numbers of kids with depression and major health issues from this than are ever touched by COVID. And so what we're aiming for is the other pieces of cheesecloth that we can somehow insert that would then get our kids back. But let me just name the problem. And I'm coming back to beat a dead horse. Our classroom sizes do not do well for 36 square feet. And so in exchange for 25 square feet or 20 square feet, is there a way? I've seen some schools in other states where they cohort the K-8 kid so closely that if there is a condition or a child gets sick from home or something, they can easily take that cohort, give them the whatever required cohort time or quarantine time is, and keep the rest of the school going. So my comment question is there any path you would advocate for us as board members or parents to be throwing in that piece of cheesecloth in the state's formula to help us get more kids in school? Because in our high schools, we have to split them up and we can't bring them all back. It's just not physically possible unless we have some other pieces of cheesecloth we can throw in, including testing might be another one where you'd say you can randomly test and now we'll feel even more confident that you're doing a good job of controlling. Just your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, currently the 35 square feet is mandatory. The testing, so the metrics are not mandatory. They were changed, of course, to advisory on January 19th, or as of January 1st, actually. So that's where the testing comes into play, is to protect a school if they decide to have in-person during a metric that's not advised for in-person. But for the health and safety protocols 1 through 3, which includes the 35 square feet, those still remain mandatory, and that's a state guideline that we cannot change. And I don't suspect, unfortunately, that that's going to change this school year. But they are looking at it for the next school year.
Thank you.
Let's take the last question from Kate. And Sarah, would you like to add something? No.
I do.
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to that question. That is one of the reasons why schools have chose to go back in a hybrid fashion, so that they can meet that cohorting requirement, and absolutely that physical distancing requirement, the cohorting requirement, how many other individuals in the school setting that students can interact with in each day. That absolutely is another slice of cheese for our Swiss cheese model. There's an opportunity to be very creative in this situation. High school, it gets much more challenging, but in the Ready School Safe Learners guidance, there is now language about how to operate outdoors in some of your classroom settings. So those are just other things to think through when schools are thinking about returning to in-person instruction.
Thank you, Sarah. Kate?
Yeah, so I'm just kind of wondering on the topic of transmission between age groups. I know right now that like the transmission for 0 to 17-year-olds is pretty low. I'm just kind of wondering, as we go back, like obviously students go home to their parents. So I'm wondering if the current metrics would, like, assuming that, like, basically how is that going to be handled with the fact that they are going to, most students will be interacting with multiple people probably from different age groups than themselves, most especially the age group of their parents, as well as I'm kind of wondering, I'm assuming that student teachers would never go back to in-person because just also they're in the 18 to 29 for the most part age group. So I'm just wondering how transmission between age groups from the 0 to 17 to the different older age groups that they interact with, how that would be handled. And like, that just feels like another hole in the Swiss cheese, and maybe there's some cheesecloth to put there, but I'm just kind of wondering what your guys' take on that is.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you for that question. Regarding, and it is a good question, the question about student teachers and et cetera. And I think public health wants to be careful not to make any recommendations on those sorts of decisions. The student teachers are the future of education, and they work very hard, and we would never recommend excluding anyone because of one of their characteristics, such as age or affiliation. And I know that's not what you were suggesting, but I appreciate you bringing that up as a question. Regarding transmission from, say, children to adults or vice versa when they return home. So our case investigators do very comprehensive case investigations when we do identify a case and identify those contacts. So to me, that question about, well, if and when students come back, could there be more transmission between the children and the adults and vice versa? That's really a question of then where did the student initially get it? Get it from. And so if COVID-19 is not spreading successfully in schools, if it's not spreading widely between age groups in general, then having them in school will not significantly increase the risk that they have it, that they could get it and then transmit it to their parents.
Thank you. Yeah, that does help answer my question. I was just kind of wondering about the age group spread, and I love my student teachers very much. So I would love to see them back in the classroom. I was just wondering about the different age groups involved in reopening and all that.
Yeah.
Before I hand it back to Ryan, I want to really reiterate our appreciation for you being here tonight, educating us and community members on this issue and really giving us in-depth understanding what the science actually says, understanding of the assumptions and the conclusions that we're making. It's helping us be well-informed and support our district making the right decisions for our community. The partnership with you is very valuable. So thank you so much for all what you do tonight and ongoing every day. We're appreciative of your partnership. And I'll hand back to Ryan.
Thanks. And again, I want to say the same thing. It's been really, we've been fortunate to have such a tremendous team to work with. Melissa meets with this team weekly and has continued to meet with them every week since really since the beginning of this. So the thoughtfulness and the ability to understand what the rules are for schools and also understand the context of community has been really helpful for us to hear and continue to learn from as we've gone along. And I've also really benefited from hearing the questions tonight as well as the answers, because it helps me to be better informed as well. So I'm sure with appreciation, I'm sure our school board members and our student representatives feel the same way about that. So again, thank you for sharing your evening with us and helping us to be more informed and make better decisions. So with that, I'm going to just say thanks one more time and appreciate you being here tonight.
Thanks a lot. You have a good night. Thanks for spending the time.
I have confidence that you will be able to do this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson.
All right. So just checking in on the time. Do you want to take a brief break, or do you want us to transition right into our presentation?
I believe probably a break would be very valuable since we spent 2 hours sitting. So how about board members and student representatives? We take a 5 minutes break if there's no objection. Do you want more? If none, okay, let's take a 5 minutes break. Reminder for our students representatives, you're off the hook if you want to go do something else, but if you want to continue with us, you're also welcome. But the choice is yours. So if you want to go and say good night, have a good night. And if you want to continue, we'll see you all in 5 minutes. So we'll be back at 8:40.
I just
All right, we're back into session. And Ryan, the floor is yours.
Great. So Melissa and I wanted to provide you with the second part of the update, the educational update. And so we have a slide deck that we wanted to share with you and allow you to ask questions as well. So with that, Parker's going to start our slide deck and we're going to provide you with an update. All right, so one of the things that you heard tonight was really a number of the criteria that are put into place for us as we talk about our hybrid schedule. And so one of the things that we have heard from community has been about a number of variables and at the same and considerations. And at the same time, we have a number of criteria that are in place for us. And so we want to talk a little bit about that piece. We're also going to share some information with you related to some changes related to other safety components that are in place for us as we continue the conversation about Swiss cheese. And then also to talk a little bit about plans for moving forward. So with that, there's a few things that I think are really important for you as board members to hear. So the hybrid schedule has been developed over many months in collaboration with our certified and classified associations. And so what I'm going to share with you tonight in terms of our plan is still pending Corvallis Education Association approval. So that's the one of the last pieces for us as we continue this work and the steps moving forward that we're anticipating that will have approval from our Education Association. One of the other things that I think is important to note is that in a number of cases and communities, as you see their plans for reopening, one of the things that's happening is they're putting out a question for families related to coming back to in-person or moving into that their online school. And in a number of cases, that's requiring staff to be shifted and moved. So students who've had a specific teacher for the school year up to this point, because of the numbers moving to online or vice versa, that they're shifting staff. And so one of the things that we've worked really hard to do by creating that cohort C group, one of the benefits of that is that we're able to maintain that relationship that's been built over the school year with those teachers in those classrooms, rather than to make shifts and changes at this point in the school year. The other thing that I think is important to note, and something that was mentioned earlier tonight, I believe by one of I think probably Alexis in public testimony, is that teachers are becoming stronger with their understanding of synchronous instruction. Maybe it wasn't Alexis, but I did hear that as a comment that was made during public testimony. And I think that that is accurate. And I think that one of the things that we've tried to design or take into account in this model is that making sure that kids have access, or students have access to content and instruction on a daily basis. That requires that time that's intentionally built into schedules for synchronous learning for all students. Without that, with some students coming in some days of the week and other students coming in on other days of the week, that piece gets lost. And so one of the things that was, again, part of that intentional decision was maintaining that synchronous learning for all students. Also for that cohort C group of students who may need to be home for a variety of reasons, they still have access to that core curriculum from that teacher that they've been learning from all year. So those are, some of those intentional conversations and decisions that have been made. Also recognizing the piece that was mentioned several times by Director Conroy related to the 35 square feet. We are not in a place where we can bring all of our students back at one time. And so those sorts of requirements create limitations, and they also create limitations and considerations as we have developed that hybrid plan. Okay, go ahead, next slide, Parker. Yep, so these two I've already sort of hit on. By providing that synchronous online learning, all students continue to receive core content. One of the things we've talked about, for our high schoolers is that instructional time, and making sure that while we know that some of that time is going to be given up to transition and getting those kids in person, it's important that we make sure that there is time still associated with that core content and learning. And it also creates that consistent educational access for cohort C. Okay, next slide. So one of the things I'd like to highlight is the process of staff vaccination. So we anticipate that more than 89% of our staff will be immunized with both doses in that 14-day waiting period by early spring. We really feel that that process went well. We were able to work with the Benton County Health Department, with Samaritan, to coordinate those times for our staff. More than 400 staff are scheduled to receive their second dose on February 25th and 26th, and another 400 by March 5th. And that does include our bus drivers, it includes our substitute teachers, and it also includes our student teachers, which goes back to Kate's question about their student teachers. They've also been included in that group, recognizing that there will be times for them to be in the building as well. So again, I think that this is one of those key steps that helps us to move forward. I think the information that the health department provided, along with the understanding of our process and our progress in these other areas, is really important for the community to know about as we talk about plans moving forward. So staff vaccination is well underway. Melissa's going to cover the next couple of slides for us.
So if we're going to continue to use the Swiss cheese metaphor, then this is another layer of protection for ensuring that we are mitigating risk when we're back in the building. And that is the opportunity to provide COVID-19 rapid testing to both staff and to students in our buildings. These rapid tests were acquired by the state. They have 1 million of them, and they are sending them out to buildings across the state once you've completed an application where you talk about who in your building is going to be a testing administrator and whether or not they're trained. We are excited to provide rapid testing because that kind of testing at school eliminates a lot of barriers for our students in getting a COVID test outside of school. For example, maybe they have to pay for the test, maybe they don't have a primary care physician. Sometimes there's a long wait in order to get a test done. What we can provide for students on campus is if a student comes up symptomatic in their classroom, we bring them up to the office to kind of our health room, isolation room. And in that process of going over their symptoms, we can provide a rapid test, and within 15 minutes, we can inform their parents if the test is showing that they're positive or negative for COVID. That won't change whether or not that student goes home. If we have a symptomatic student at school, they need to go home. But what it does change for parents is they know they have a better idea of what their next step is going to be. It also helps us with regard to the rest of the students in that cohort group, in that classroom, to help kind of interrupt whether or not we have an event that we need to prevent a viral spread. So a lot of that conversation that we had earlier with Benton County about in school transmission versus out of school. Next slide. And safety, we're never done with safety. We've heard a lot tonight about what's required, and what is required is for us to follow the Ready Schools Safe Learners Guidance document that is put together both by ODE and Oregon Health Authority. This 91-page document requires us to write what we call an operational blueprint. We've done 5 iterations of this blueprint since the Ready School Safe Learners began, because it depends on what model of education we're providing our students, and also any kind of updates to Ready School Safe Learners. All of what you find inside that that guidance has to do with physical distancing, masks, cohorts. So questions that we've heard a lot tonight, and Jay's brought it up several times, is that physical distancing and how many kids we can have in a classroom. We are required to follow the 35 square foot per individual in the classroom. Our facilities teams went out earlier in the summer, measured all of our building spaces, classrooms, conference rooms, and told us how many students or how many staff we can put into a particular space. And what that has been averaging out to in most of our normal size classrooms is about 15 to 17 students. And that's how many kids we can have in a or that's how many individuals we can have in a classroom, because we have to count a teacher, we have to count an inclusion assistant, and in many cases we're counting a student teacher as well. So we are limited to those parameters, and we have to follow that, just like you heard from the county, because that's part of mitigation efforts to ensure that our schools can remain open. The other thing that we are doing currently as we prepare for a return to on-site learning is having our building safety teams take on a bigger role in planning health and safety. Specifically, they're looking, they're part of the team that listens to concerns that staff might have about things that are happening on campus. They are also planning a lot of our trainings to train staff to help with students to ensure that we're following all of our safety protocols. Next slide. I think we're going to talk about timeline pretty soon, but what we want to explain here and in this slide is that what we're doing is ensuring that our families have some time, some notice before we start a return to on-site. Our teachers are also given time to prepare, and that preparation includes like the things like preparing your classroom and resetting, your classroom so that you have the right amount of desks and that kind of thing, all the way to understanding what a day in the life of a student at school is going to look like with all of those safety protocols in place. What does it look like when I have students lined up outside my outside door, for example, for kindergarten through 5th grade, and they're 6 feet apart and I'm screening them as they walk in? What happens if I'm screening a student and that student is showing symptoms? Then what's the next step there? All the way running through the day, keeping students apart, 6 feet apart. What does eating look like? What does an opportunity to go outside to recess look like? What does it look like to have a student go to the restroom? All of these different things, that's all part of the training package that we are setting time aside for our teachers and our classified staff as we get ready for kids to come back.
All right. So again, we recognize the community doing their part in reducing the spread of the virus. And for us, the next step is to move towards hybrid learning. So that's the next piece for us to talk about. All right, so again, contingent on the approval from our Corvallis Education Association, our plan would be to start bringing our students back the week of March 8th. Again, what you'll see in this schedule is that it is in some places a grade by grade, other places it's bundles of grades. So we knew that early on, bringing our kindergartners and our 1st graders in, who in some ways are essentially new to the building, that we need to make sure that there's additional time as they transition into our schools. We felt like after having those 1st and 2nd kindergartners and 1st graders in, that to start to have groups of grade levels come back in made good sense. There's a week for spring break that breaks this up. So after our kinders and 1st graders are in school, we will have time during that week if there's modifications we need to make to spaces, other considerations and things that we have learned by bringing those 2 age groups back, that we have time to do that. And then from there, bringing in grades 2 and 3, the following week, grades 4 and 5. We had a lot of conversation about 6th graders and 9th graders as well, understanding that they are new to these buildings and new to the processes of those schools. And so having time for them to come in independently of those other grades gives them a chance to understand the way that the school will function. And finally, to bring back all of our other grades at the beginning of the 4th quarter. The intention of that is recognizing that it's specifically at the high school, a number of our classes are quarter classes, and actually some of them at the middle school as well. And so understanding that that would be the beginning of the quarter rather than the week prior to the end of the quarter just made more sense to us. And so based on that, and again, the collaboration we've had with our Teachers Association, with our Classified Association. This is the proposal that we're bringing forward and the plan to begin to bring our students back into school.
I also wanted to touch on, we've heard a lot of, and we've heard even people tonight say, bring kindergarten back and seniors right away. And that's not what we can do. What we need to do is what the guidance kind of advises us to do, which is to prioritize our younger students first. We have to show that we can have these students in the building without any kind of in-building transmission, which we've talked about with Benton County. And once we can show that that is happening in a way and we're keeping everyone safe, then we can start rolling these other groups into school. So that's why you're seeing the phasing that you're seeing. I also think you heard tonight, I think Jessie talked about College Hill coming back the week of March 29th. That has a lot to do with looking at specialized programs, and College Hill is one of our specialized programs. So we are hoping that we can bring College Hill back that same week, the week of March 29th, so that because they are just such a small school and their cohorts are easily separated and moved about the building.
And finally, the last piece is notice to families. And so we wanted to make sure that families understood the plan and the date for return. And so this gives families a bit of time before we start that rollout. So again, the intention is the week of March 8th is when our kinders would be in the building. That's 2 weeks from now. And that's when we'll start the process of bringing kids back. Next slide. So that's the end of our slide deck. We're happy to answer questions that you may have. I think that the team from Benton County did a great job of setting up this conversation for us and have done a great job of helping us to better understand what this means in terms of mitigating risk. And at the same time, I know that you'll have questions about the logistics. So Kate, go ahead and go first.
Thanks. Yeah. So first of all, I just want to say I'm really happy that student teachers get vaccines because they do a lot of teaching. So I'm excited to hear about that. Something that I have heard a lot in just not only from like peers, but from student government officers as well, is concern about how the high school reopening schedule is structured, because younger kids, a lot of what they learn in school period is about how to be a person in this world and social learning. And you know, Yael mentioned this in her comments as well. Like, we do need mental health services as teenagers. We need that. But cohort C won't have any of that because they're not going to be in person. And a lot of people have also expressed concerns about educational disruption because of the strange schedule for cohorting and that kind of thing, our weird half days, and it would cut overall amounts of time for a lot of people. So I guess my concern is, how are we going to manage like curriculum and educational continuity, as well as providing mental health services for people who aren't going to go back to school? Because I feel like a lot of people have just started getting into the swing of things, for especially in high school with our 80-minute classes. And I'm just wondering how we're going to handle those kinds of disruptions, and for people who remain online, what kind of services will there be?
Those are all really good questions. A couple things that I think are really that I heard in your question. One was about that balance between content and information and mental health, and how do we balance those two things. And so what we've tried to do is, we know that the schedule isn't fluid. We know that there are starts and stops to it. But what we're trying to balance is that need for you to be back with your peers in the school setting, and also to make sure that everybody has access to that content. And so that's why we try to balance the time of instruction staying the way that it is right now. And when you're in school, that time is really, especially for high schoolers and middle schoolers, it's about extension of what you've learned synchronously. And it's also about peer-to-peer connection, peer-to-teacher connection, the piece that we have missed for the last year. And so that's what we're really trying to balance. And also in having those afternoon classes 2 per day instead of all 4 bundled again, it gives you additional time in each one of those classes. So those were some of the kind of the intentional decisions that were made in that. One of the things I wrote down earlier tonight was about mental health support for students in this period of online, and for those kids in cohort C. So it's something I'm going to take back to our team to talk about, and how do we make sure that that information is more broadly shared so students know who to contact and how to contact folks at all hours. So it was really important for me to hear that earlier, and so that's a consideration and something I'm going to take back from our meeting tonight. So again, I know that there are limitations and challenges in this model and in this schedule, and what we've tried to do is balance as many of them as we can.
And another thing, Kate, just as speaking to the mental health and meeting with a counselor, meeting with a therapist, we've been doing that via telehealth over this whole, time period. There's no reason why that cannot continue, especially for our students in cohort C who aren't getting to come in and have kind of that peer-to-peer contact and peer-to-adult. And that's the other piece, the peer-to-adult. I think one of the other priorities we heard loud and clear from teachers and from administrators of both middle and high school is they want to see the same kids every day. And they want to be able to have, that check-in with those kids every day instead of, one day and then not seeing them for 4 or 5. It was really important for them to make those connections.
Yeah, that makes sense. That does help answer my question. It's just like hard to balance, like, like if we're cutting some of the instructional time and how are we balancing that with the cohort C who's still at home and like them getting instructional time and all of that. I just wanted to voice those concerns and comments and that kind of thing. So
thank you.
Vince?
So thank you. Right now, you heard a little bit earlier, you heard me pushing, Peter to try and get some more certainty, because again, I'm still, feeling like a dad, and I know that there are a lot of parents that are looking for certainty. And the one thing that they're going to really need is more information. So I just want to confirm that our operational blueprint, that lays out all the Swiss cheese in detail, is available online. And I'm just curious what the communication plan is for parents. What are we going to have online? How are we going to communicate? And communicate for those people that may not have, ready internet access. How are we going to serve all our parents?
So yes, you can access the operational blueprint online. It's under the health and safety, and you can actually look at all the iterations of what we've done, and the most recent one is posted there. But as far as parent communication, I've been working with Brenda Downham. She's preparing not working with her. She's doing the work, and I'm saying, wow, that's awesome. Keep doing that. She's putting together a parent handbook for, hey, you're coming back on site. These are the things that you need to know, and those things include all of these health and safety measures, what the schedule might, look like, and how you access this support. So we're hoping that that's something that we can either hand to or make accessible to parents as they're coming back, grade levels at a time.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah?
Yeah, thank you so much for this. And I really appreciate the public health presentation, because I've been hearing from a lot of parents' concerns about the young adults in the community. So being able to separate out some of that data, I think, is really useful for making our community feel safer. And my question is similar to this. I think that information needs to be communicated really well to the whole community, but especially to our parents who are making decisions about how their kids are going to attend school. I also have heard a lot of concerns about our hybrid model and the half days, and just not a lot of understanding about why we've structured our days that way. And when I've been able to sit down and have a conversation with somebody and sort of talk about it, get it. But I think that's being missed in the broader community and among parents. So I would just encourage us, when we're doing these handbooks and doing all the communication, to do some why, because we're hearing from a lot of parents, open full days, open as much as you can. And we know that's not realistic because of the restrictions, but I don't think the community appreciates that. And I don't think the community appreciates the concern about disruption of communication. And the concern of teachers not seeing students for days at a time. So I would just really encourage us to include why in our communication.
One of the things that I've been asked a couple of times, and I think it's really important just to highlight, is the question has been, why don't you just do 2 days in person with this cohort and 2 days from home? And what we have learned has been that for some of our students, they don't necessarily have the support they need to have those days be really meaningful for their learning. In other cases, I think that what we have is sort of the things we learned from the spring. One of the things we've learned from limited in person, as we've had kids in for just 2 hours, but we've had well over 300 kids in for 2 hours. And what I know is that 2 hours of intensive time together makes a big difference. And so while I hear people say this isn't enough, I totally recognize that. And at the same time, we're trying to do as much as we can within the parameters, and that 2 hours is going to be valuable. So that's the piece those are the questions that I get, Sarah, really related to what you mentioned.
Yeah, I get a lot of that. And I think it's, and as I said, when I've sort of explained thinking behind this, our model, I get a positive response, but I think the understanding of why our model looks like it does is just not there right now for a lot of families. So I want to make sure that we are communicating in a way that explains the really thoughtful work that's gone into developing this model.
And then the final piece I share is just what I heard from Dr. Amador, that ODE is looking at that 35 square foot guidance, but there's not anticipation that will change for us this spring. So I think that's something that they're looking at changing for next fall. But as of now, I don't see those criteria changing in, between now and then.
Lou?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan and Melissa. I also wanted to echo the appreciation for having some doctors, medical doctors, and some public health folk in the room to kind of explain some things ahead of the presentation, because I think it helps it fall into place really helpfully for not just the board, but community. I noticed, because of course I have a small child in elementary, that her schedule changed too, in where the instruction time is less. And I feel the anxiety from folk where they're like, oh no, it's less instruction time. But I also understand the need for that transition, and would encourage folk that have anxiety about some instruction time being gone, because for the elementary kids, it's from 45 minutes to 30 minutes. And so that's 15 minutes per core class. So that's it adds up throughout the day. But those parameters are put on place by us, and the teachers are doing what they can in that time to help the kids learn and the students learn. So I would encourage folks to not have as much anxiety about that, because you're still going to be getting your credits at the end of the day for students that are looking at getting credits to complete high school. And hopefully that helps a little bit with that, but I know that people still want the instruction time itself. But I don't think folk are going to lose as much learning as they think they may in the grand scheme of education as a whole. I think you'll all be okay with that quarter of it losing just a couple hours of instruction. But one of the things that I really appreciated that Sarah was asking about with the instruction all being online still for the elementary in particular, and a lot of the students, is that it really was coming from that equity lens that the district values itself in. It's tied to all of our board goals and everything. And we have to think about it from that equity lens of making sure students are getting the same type of education the best way we can. Otherwise, it's creating those farther disparities that have been mentioned over the past several months of of how instruction is being given. And if students are having to stay home, they're not going to be able to have the same type of experience with that learning material. And so I appreciate that. And there's no like magic wand that we're going to solve everything this spring by reopening, but I just really appreciate you all putting so much work over the last several months. Like this hybrid model that's being presented, we've talked about it since fall about what the days would look like, that it would be split by and how it would be split up. And so it's nice to see it starting to come into play for the families that are going back to school in person. But I have a question around things, Ryan. I've asked this before, and it's more around, thanks for listening to my long lead up to the question. But the question is more around state requirements. And I asked, I think at the last meeting, perhaps, or maybe the one before, about if there's any conversations that you're aware of at the state level of state requirement possible changes as far as like number of credits or number of hours and that type of conversations that have to do more structurally. So that's part of the question. And the other part has to do with preparing students to go back. It's going to be a big shift. And I don't know if, I know there's a lot of excitement to go back to school, but that is a huge difference. I mean, most people have been out for a year now of being like at home to back to a schedule and leaving the house on buses and that kind of stuff. And if what kind of prep stuff is planned, if anything, for preparing students for going back for that transition piece, because I think that is going to be a little bit more jarring than we realize.
So I think in terms of requirements, district requirements, I have, again, I think that has been a piece that has in some ways been kind of put on hold as the guidance around the Ready School Safe Learner piece comes out to us, recognizing sort of, again, sort of the magnitude of the work for OHA and ODE. I really think that their emphasis has been on making sure that there's a strong framework in place. I think that as really what we're making sure of right now as it comes to accountability is that we have an operational blueprint in place that has been shared with our county as we continue to move towards school reopening. I haven't heard conversations of credit changes to the number of credits to graduate or any of those pieces. I think that that would be something that would come potentially later down the road as we get more closer to where we were before. But as of now, I'm not aware of any changes there necessarily.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. I'm always trying to think ahead because the impacts are more than just right now and more than just going back to school. We know that there's going to be these long-term impacts, and I think that students that are getting ready to graduate this year are being really supported to get through and graduate. But like in a few years, there's going to be some potential impacts that aren't as in the same kind of, is still support, but you know what I mean. So thank you.
Yeah, the two other things I'd say. The first is that, that week for sixth graders and ninth graders to come back into buildings. Some of those pieces are meant for that transition to happen. The same thing by the phase-in approach will help our staff to be better prepared as kids return. So I think that there's some structural things we've done to try to help in preparation for that. The other thing that's been happening at our elementary schools has been individual open forums with the principals by grade level to answer questions that families have. And so we've tried to make sure that that relationship and connection is made at the school and held at the school. And so I think that that's another important piece that has helped to inform, give people more information.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Jay and then Therese. Jay.
First, I just wanted to again say thank you. What I've seen from both Melissa and you, Ryan, is that it is a very complex set of pieces that you're negotiating, including working with the association and working with parents and working with schedules and the Department of Ed and county. So thank you. I have just a really lightweight question maybe. So the people that have been teaching the tech ed classes, for some reason in my mind, I think that some of them have been able to maybe allow kids to come into those classes? And will that change in this new schedule, or update me on that part?
So I think for us, it's really been limited in person that has been happening. And again, that's been for up to 2 hours a day. And again, we have, over 300 students that have been participating in that way. That's going to be sort of an individual school decision based on the staffing and the ability to maintain some of that beyond the hybrid approach. So that's where I see that happening, less so in CTE and more in that limited in-person component.
Thank you.
Therese.
Thank you. So I thought the presentation answered quite a few of the questions that I had lingering about exactly what this rollout would look like. My question is really about the potential gaps that this model will create for families in terms of, I'm thinking about, what am I trying to say? Families have created schedules for themselves. Parents have figured out work schedules around our current model. And when we shift to this new approach, there are going to have to be changes to that. And I guess my concern is for those families who cannot just adapt on a dime. What resources is the school district prepared to put behind supporting families if we do have to have if a cohort suddenly has to be removed from school because of exposure for several days, and a child of a family is in that cohort, and it's not possible for them to just, I guess I won't go to work out of the house this week. I'm worried about some of those things. So I'd like to hear what the school district has in mind for how to support our most vulnerable families in the moments when things don't go on paper as we have planned. We have planned on paper in real life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is a difficult question for us. I think that there's things that we have tried to do to help with it. The initial change, waiting for 2 weeks for our kinders and then adding grades after that. One of the reasons why we felt like that 2 weeks was important was in anticipation that there would be changes for families and not to have to change on a dime. The other thing I would say is that one of the pieces that's going to be really important is that relationship with the school level, because the things that you're talking about are really individual family situations that come up, and that those kinds of situations can be better addressed with the school and with the resources that we have assigned to our schools in terms of our liaisons and some of those positions. And so those are things that I think are important for us to have in place. And at the same time, I know that those things are going to be dynamic, and that, like you said, not one size doesn't fit all. And so those are going to have to be those individual components.
I appreciate recognizing that from school community to school community, there's probably going to be even literally different sets of resources available, and families' networks will look different. And so I guess my request then is that either as a district or in partnership with the foundation, that we get prepared to put some dollars behind the disruption that these changes on a dime will no doubt bring financial impacts for some of our families. And, whatever that needs to look like, I don't think that we cannot say that an in-person learning opportunity is going to be equitable if we also say to parents, and if something happens and your kid can't be here because of X, Y, or Z, you're going to have to absorb the financial impact of that on your own. So I would think it would just be glorious if the next time we convene, we can hear that there is some plan between I think the foundation seems like the right group to bring in to, help to organize that. But I would really like to see, this is a pot of money that we have ready to help our families stay upright when things don't go quite as we plan. Because I do think that is going to happen. I also think that this plan has a great, tremendous potential for success. And I'm excited at how thoughtful the district has been and the way that I feel like you have really responded to the needs of the community while still creating pathways for education for families for whom a return in person may not feel viable. So, I'm excited about these things that we're hearing this evening. And I want to be able to continue that excitement for families that I know are at the risk of getting caught in the crossfire of those unintended consequences. So I think it would be brilliant if we saw an actual, this is our fiscal plan for how we think we can come around these families in a really robust way. But thank you. I'll leave it. I'll put my hand down now and thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for that really thoughtful, that good idea. Honestly, I think that was great to hear.
I want to just comment as the board brought some really great perspective, nuances, issues that we need to consider, and updates is giving us really great insights on how things will look like. I want to acknowledge something very important. Melissa, is this the fifth? Do we have 5 blueprint updates? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's a lot.
Just 30 pages each.
30 pages each. So this is not last minute plan. It's been a plan. It's been adaptive planning according to the requirements, the limitations that we have, and the resources that we're getting, and the new conditions that we're learning every day throughout this pandemic. And that makes me also realize something very important. This is the first time we give a timeline, because we were very clear with the community about the conditions at which we will do the hybrid. And as it is the first time we put a timeline, we're inching it in pencil, and knowing that we want to commit to it, we're giving our community and parents as much time to plan as possible. But we want to be aware that we shouldn't take that as something that for granted, because things could go wrong. And we heard about things, unknown things, or like the variants or a possibility of outbreak. So we shouldn't put our guards down. And I'm very, very optimistic about this plan will go forward, because you're showing us how there are so many slices of Swiss cheese, or I like the analogy, cheesecloth. It's much better to prevent something from going through. We are putting those measures and we want to commit to them. So I'm optimistic.
Yeah, so this is a departure from 2 weeks in the yellow before we start. That is clear. At the same time, what I recognize is that we have staff that are in the process of hitting immunity. We have testing protocols and access to tests that we haven't had all along. We also have guidance from the Ready School Safe Learner document in place. And so those things change, along with the information provided by Benton County, changes where we are. And so again, with support from our association, we will plan on moving forward to having kinders back on March 8th. So it is a departure, but I also think it's a realistic timeline.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Ryan. Just to clarify, this is operational. So you have the decision making as you agree with the association.
Sure.
But it seems that you got lots of good insights and questions. Keep us updated as much as you are keeping the families updated as well. Really appreciate the communication plan. What Melissa, you mentioned is really great. So as much as we can keep the community and parents updated about our planning will be appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Well, thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Right. All right, with that, before I transition to the bond program updates, I believe we are at the mark of 7:50 and now it's 9:30. So with consult with Ryan and I hope there's no objection from the team, we will table a couple of agenda items. So if anyone is watching, we will talk about those in a later meeting. It would be the informational item, policy development, policy BF. We will revisit it in a later time. And also the reports on homelessness education program update. Very much valuable information that deserve the time. So we will talk about both items in a later meeting. There's no objection. And with that, we'll go next for the bond program update. Okay, sorry. Do you have something to say?
I'm gonna head out. I don't know about other student representatives, but I think we were largely staying to hear about the final information about reopening stuff. So I'll take a look at the agenda stuff for the rest of today. And thank you all, and have a great rest of your night.
Same to you. Good night. Thank you.
Bye, Kate. All right, so this year we've talked a lot about pivots. And right now we are pivoting. We are moving from talk about school reopening to what our schools are going to look like in the future. And so we wanted to make sure that there was time tonight for information for you about ongoing construction, as well as Melanie's joining us as well to talk about furniture's FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, or electrical. I can never remember which one it is. Anyhow, they are here to be with you and really take it from here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the team.
Good evening. I'll go first. Parker, if you could put up our bond update PowerPoint. Perfect. And I'm going to move fairly fast tonight, folks, and then I'm going to hand off to Dave and Kim to go a little deeper into the College Hill project. Slide. Garfield is tracking well. Addition is really making great progress. You'll see some pictures on the next slide of casework, and the new addition is also going well. Slide. There's new addition pictures, looking up into a classroom ceiling there, and then looking along the north face of the building on the other picture. Slide. And this is kind of on the playground face. This is where the outdoor learning area will occur. Slide. New health room is all but done, and there's some of the casework in that room. Slide. Admin area. This is the staff workroom area. And at Lincoln, lots of progress. If you've driven by there, very visible progress. The exterior skin, brick, and metal siding, and all of that work is progressing. Slide. Just some interior shots in the school. In fact, both of these shots are in the new restroom design up on the second floor. Slide. The big gym wall, those are 30-foot tall steel studs and really, really heavy gauge steel. And that was a fun picture to see in person. And lots of drywall. They use that device to shove big chunks of drywall up into the second floor, where crews put it on carts and roll it all around the school and screw it to the walls. Health clinic. If you were driven by even more recently than these pictures, you'll see most of this blue building paper is now covered with nice metal siding. Husky, steel erection continues with great pace. And then after they get that steel up a little further, they're going to start pouring slabs back underneath it for the slab on grade, and up on the second floor deck and on the roof deck, there's concrete as well. Slide. Miles and miles of conduits for electrical and data going in under those floors. You'll never see it again, but a lot of activity there. Just a couple of steel shots, one from the east and the other from the west. And I hope you guys check out the webcam every now and then. It's fun to watch the progress of both Lincoln and Husky. Crescent Valley, the elevator project is taking shape well, and the CTE project is also going quite well as well. We're going to start the fiber backbone, helping with security and the camera systems out there. And then the seismic upgrade project, we're in the planning mode right now to figure out the best way to achieve that project as soon as we can. And then here's a bunch of pictures of what's going on out there. And there's that elevator shaft for the building A. Slide. And inside the auto shop, nice new slab getting ready to go in. And you can see the big future openings for the roll-up doors that were cut into those walls. And it's fun tying new buildings into old buildings. And these are good examples of what the contractors find when they start digging up against the old structures. Just some utility work. Workers being safe on the right there inside what they call a coffin to do the work down low to avoid being caved in. Rouse High, making great progress through the planning process. And we're actually meeting on site Tuesday morning at 7 to continue our planning process to get ready for the moves that are needed to get the work started. And there is a new solar array, which you probably know about, but it's about to start in a couple of weeks if all goes well. Slide. And this is the only picture I've got this time. You may have seen it last month, but I was excited to see that work getting started, so I left it in. Shoveling, library project is really getting close to starting. We're within weeks now. Active move planning is happening and being executed shortly. And then we're in the process of finishing up design for the mechanical and seismic work, which is scheduled to occur next summer. What we call the JAWS projects, we have made a schedule shift here. Jaguar and Wildcat will proceed with work starting this spring after permits, and they're each about a year long. The decision was made to shift Adams out to bid later in the year with the work happening spring of 22. Mountain View and Franklin are progressing nicely through design with Franklin about a month behind Mountain View in that process. I am going to hand off to Dave, and mostly Dave, and followed up by Kim on this batch of slides.
Good evening, everyone. It's good to see many of you again. It's been a while. I've been actively involved in the bond project, kind of behind the scenes, but I've also been continuing to work alongside Kim to kind of shepherd the efforts at College Hill. So we're excited that we're re-engaging the design process and getting that project kicked off again. As you recall, we paused that project about, maybe it's been almost a year and a half now, when during the initial design phase, we started recognizing that there was a good possibility that we could maybe slightly take a little bit different tact at the bond promise and actually accomplish a little bit more than we had originally planned. And so we wanted to pause that to make sure that the decision could be made in the broader context of kind of where we were in the budget and further along in the bond program. So now we're at a point where the big parts of the budget are in place. We're feeling confident in where we stand from that standpoint, and we feel like we're in solid ground now to proceed with the College Hill program. I wanted to touch quickly, just as a reminder, on kind of the original bond scope, and then talk a little bit about how we're going to accomplish that in maybe a slightly different way than we had originally intended. So the original bond scope called to add a much needed multi-use cafeteria area, to renovate the science classrooms, to provide ADA accessibility that's sorely lacking in that facility, renovate the locker rooms and restrooms, replace the cabinetry in the classrooms that were originally designed for elementary students and are now being used by high schoolers. There's roof and gutter work that needed to be done. A lot of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing upgrades throughout the entire building, emergency lighting, And then originally the scheme was to provide seismic upgrades to the one-story area of the building, the area that College Hill program is currently using. Access controls, emergency communications, and fire monitoring systems. If you want to go to the next slide, we can talk about some things that we figured out we can accomplish by taking a slightly different tact on the bond program. Instead of spending the money on a new addition to house the cafeteria and multi-purpose room, we found underutilized space in the current footprint that can be repurposed for that at a much lower cost and free up some budget now to seismically improve the entire building. So that area, that older two-story area of the building that has been closed off for students because of seismic concerns can be reactivated. Part of the path that led us down that decision was the fact that once we started understanding the extent of all the mechanical and electrical needed in that facility and how much of the existing walls and ceilings in that older portion that would have to be torn out to accomplish that, it became apparent that we could add that seismic, since the walls are already open, the ceilings are already down, we can add that seismic work at a much lower cost than originally budgeted. So that's a big win. We're planning for a really important covered outdoor learning area that will be budget permitting. Much needed additional off-street parking. Again, that's not part of the original bond program, but it's really important for that school to function as it needs to be and to be good neighbors as well. Solar and electrical vehicle charging will be part of the program. And then all the restrooms in the facility are being planned to comply with the new student restroom standards. Kim, what did I miss? That was a lot.
Dave, you're doing a great job.
Okay, well, let's go to the next slide, and we'll just give you a quick tour of the current plan. So this is an overall site plan, and what is a little bit hard to understand, that area in the upper right corner of the drawing is actually the second floor of the older portion of the building. So that's why it's kind of separated off to the side there. But what you'll notice here is the footprint doesn't change. What we've been able to do is just better utilize space in the footprint that was not being well utilized. But you can see how at what is the front of the building, the drop-off area is expanded and more ADA parking is provided. The off-street parking there in the lower right corner of the building, and some relatively modest improvements to the site. And the front office that does not meet ADA requirements and is really difficult for folks to navigate and for the staff to utilize and control will be upgraded as well. The next slide, I believe, is it's just talking a little bit about the timeline and the next steps. So we're in the design process now. It will conclude this fall, November. There's going to be a fairly lengthy land use process, and because it's in a historical district, a fairly involved and lengthy historical approval process, and then the normal building permit process. We've scheduled 6 months, December through May, for that, with construction starting as soon as school is out in June of 22. Some key next steps: design continues with input from staff and the design advisory committee. We've got an awesome bunch of staff there that are really charged up about this project, and we've got a really engaged design advisory committee that includes a cross section of even some past students, some neighbors, some staffs, some parents. It's been a really fun group to work with, and they've been really valuable in guiding the process. We'll be scheduling a meeting with the city here in the next, actually just next few days, to really start to get a better handle on the land use and historical approval process, make sure we're all pointed in the same direction there. Near and dear to my heart is the budget. We are commissioning another estimate to be done by the end of March to make sure that the design is progressing consistent with our available funds. A whole lot more that we'd like to share with you, and we want to come back in a future PowerPoint with more details in April, if we can schedule it after the next Design Advisory Committee meeting and the next core team is provided input. So look forward to expanded conversation about the exciting things that are going on at College Hill here in April.
And that's the end of this particular presentation. We have an action item for you now for CHS.
Wonderful. So you have on your page 43 a sample motion. Vince, do you have a question or a motion?
I'll do the motion. So I move to authorize staff to execute an amendment to the guaranteed maximum price contract with Girding Builders LLC for the CHS CTE renovation in the amount of $3,426,713 to establish the full guaranteed maximum price of $4,612,698 for the project.
Do I hear a second? It's been moved by Vince, seconded by Therese. Any discussion on the motion? Vince and then Sarah.
Oh, I don't have discussion on this topic. I have other bond stuff.
Okay, Sarah.
Yeah, my concern was that with both this and the Garfield furniture and other things, we're taking money that was contingency money from the Husky building. And I just seen money being pulled from that project for both of these. I just need some reassurance that that's not money we're going to end up needing in the Husky building, and we're not digging ourselves a hole that is going to create a problem down the line.
It's not going to create a problem. That project is far enough along now with committed costs, and we're far enough along in the structure to have passed by the risky portions like the underground and such that we have, and we're still retaining a large chunk of contingency on that project. This is, I would say probably, 20-25% of that fund for these, to cover these items. Yeah, great question though.
Dale, can you, in a dollar amount, rough for the amount that you're pulling out of contingency at Husky, just to give a magnitude with that?
Sure. We're probably in the 300,000 range to cover both of these board items tonight, the furnishings and this CHS package.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
And if I may follow up, Dale, any uncertainties? Maybe I'm just doubling down on the question to make sure there are no uncertainties in terms of the material costs, supply chain risks with Husky, and could you describe those and if our existing contingency covers them?
Sure. Material costs are locked down. For example, steel is being installed as we speak, and that's been a highly escalating material item of late, as we learned when we bid the CHS project recently. There really aren't any other significant materials that haven't been procured and committed on cost. I would say there is remaining risk on delivery time. Big mechanical equipment, electrical items, brick was a problem. It seems to have recovered. And most of these impacts were kind of COVID driven, and a lot of the uncertainty around COVID has been kind of shaken out of the market at this stage. So, I'm not prepared by any means to give up all the contingency or even a significant portion of it. But in my view, the risk is acceptable right now.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's what I wanted. So with that, any further questions or debates on the motion? Seeing none, we're going to call it for a vote. Director Adams, what's your vote on the motion that's been moved?
Aye.
Dr. Conroy?
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald?
Aye.
Director Jones?
Aye.
Director White Bear?
Aye.
Chair Drogba votes aye and passes unanimously. All right. Thank you.
Was there questions on that presentation, Director Adams?
Yeah, I want to go back and talk about College Hill. As I was reading about this isn't a surprise. We talked about this, a year ago, and it was exciting then, and it's really exciting now. I just want to, what's the reaction from the neighborhood? Or have we talked to the neighborhood? They're on the design. We have members of the neighborhood on the design advisory committee, but I'm wondering it's a very engaged neighborhood. They were very sad to see that school closed back in 2007, 2009, something like that. It was a while back. I'm just curious what their thoughts are on potentially a new use for that portion of the building.
I can take that one, Dale. So we do have active members from the neighborhood association on our design advisory committee, as well as I've personally done some outreach with some of the neighborhood and have heard very good feedback about the revitalization of the building. Certainly, as we shared information at the first design advisory committee, what was it, 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago, I'm confident that that's going to be spreading through the neighborhood a little bit more in depth. And I look forward to hearing the feedback from the representatives who will come back to the design advisory committee with that information. But I think all in all, the feedback that we've heard is about how the fields are important to the community. We've heard about how the fencing keeps the balls off of their properties. We've talked about how thinking about traffic in the neighborhood and just also having access to the building. So we're trying to meet all those needs and be really good neighbors to the community and really think about the building as not only a great functioning educational facility for the College Hill students, but also how it's supporting the community in a whole.
Great. That checks all the boxes that I was looking for. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Just going through the presentation and what's proposed for the building, like a year ago, I'm even more excited. So yes to upgrading the building, yes to refurbishment of the current cafeteria, yes to the proposed utilization, and especially the new incorporating the new bathroom design. That's all this. Yeah.
Can I share a quote about that? So
Sure.
at the design advisory committee, and Brian, you might help me with Andrew's last name. Andrew, it was a previous school board member, representative from College Hill.
Alex Van Brockman.
Yes, thank you. I'm so sorry I got his name wrong. When he saw the design from Sheldon, he said, quote, "Oh my gosh, it's everything I never knew I wanted in a high school bathroom." That just made all of us all so happy to hear that. So it's very exciting work.
That's really cool. So my last question on this topic is that portion of well, it's the Harding building, it houses the CMLC. And so we're talking about repurposing at least some of that building. What happens to the CMLC? Do we have a plan for that? And I'm not saying that I'm resistant to that. I'm just, what's the plan there?
So Amy, do you want to touch on that or would you like me to? I can do it.
You can do it and I'll weigh in.
Okay.
Actually, why don't you explain what the CMLC is first,
okay,
and what that acronym stands for, because I forget.
So it's CIMC, Central Instructional Media Center, and it houses curriculum kits for use throughout the district at all of our schools. So our courier runs back and forth from the Central Instructional Media Center out to schools to deliver orders of textbooks or curriculum, science kits, different things that come out of that location. And so it was really interesting because on our first schematic work that we did a year ago, we were thinking we move CIMC out of that building, But upon looking at this and getting some design advisory committee feedback, we now think that we can accommodate CIMC in the building with all the other functions that we wanted to get. So we're looking at that. We're looking at efficiencies in the space and efficiencies in what are we keeping as part of our central instructional media center. And Amy and Nikki are and Melissa are working with that team to reevaluate and think about how we do the work, and so that we can fit it in the building along with room for some future growth also.
That's
for,
awesome.
for different programs in the district.
Great. Thank you for that.
Amy, did you want to add anything?
No, that was perfect.
All right, Lou?
I just wanted to give you all props for like figuring out a way to meet the needs of the students with that building. Knowing the complexities of working in a historic district, it's a lot of work to think about like being able to build a whole new building to meet all the needs would take so long, and the needs have been there for a while. And I have 2 kids that live with me that go to College Hill, and they're not going to be able to see it completed, but I know they're going to be excited for future College Hill students because how much that school means to the students. And so I think it's going to be really beautiful to see that investment in that space for all the things that we heard Eric talk about earlier in the year to like kind of embody the love and care that is housed there. So I just was wanting to give you all props as well. Thanks.
Jay?
One more quote that I want to share from the Design Advisory Committee is, we don't want it to look like a traditional high school. We want it to look like something different, because that's what we do at College Hill. It's something different. And so that was a really fun takeaway, that we've been thinking about adaptable spaces, but thinking about it a little bit differently than you would an adaptable classroom in a traditional setting.
Perfect. Perfect. Yes, yeah.
So as a parent of Harding graduates, I love the little elementary school, but it's now not a good elementary school site. So I'm thrilled we're doing what we're doing. But I have a question. Didn't we have wings partially in that building? And do they stay in that building? I know some went out to Crescent Valley, and we've done improvements to make that work. What happens, if anything, to wings in this design?
So Wings will continue to have a landing spot at College Hill High School at the Harding Center. And so, but the main program is at Crescent Valley High School now, and it's functioning really well. So we anticipate having one classroom dedicated to Wings, and making sure that in addition to that one classroom, they have well-designed facilities that meet all the needs of the students in that program. And so we are continuing to include them as part of that College Hill High School program. But also understanding that they are not there as peers of high school students. They are adult learners transitioning into the community. What Harding provides, more so than Crescent Valley High School, is that launching point into their educational programs out in the community. So it's being there to catch the city bus and to have a really central hub for students who are doing that vocational learning.
Right. Good. Thanks.
Wonderful. With that, I think we're ready to transition to furnitures, fixtures, and equipment report.
Melanie.
Yes, good evening, Board of Directors and Corvallis staff. It's a pleasure to be here, even at 10 o'clock at night. So thank you. So we'll get right to it, and hopefully we've got the PowerPoint up here. You know, tonight as I was listening with my head and my heart, you know, I thought, gosh, really, what furniture is just furniture without warm, loving beings in it. So, you know, hopefully you'll get some details from this quick presentation, but ultimately, this furniture is just waiting for the people to use it and be a part of it. So go ahead and go to the next slide. The core and the anchor through this whole entire process has been, how can these learning spaces meet the needs of the learner, improve and grow the instruction, and that every single student feels important in this space. And that's been what, you know, Amy and Kim and the three principals, Erin, Anna Marie, and Lee, They have passionately led this work alongside the architects through the design. And so you're going to see that kind of come out and highlight in all three of the schools. Next slide. These next two slides, they're the anchor. And so if we go back to the beginning, it seems like forever ago, but we had that all-inclusive 80-person design committee. And these design principles continue to be threads through this furniture process. So, we can get caught up in the details, but really what we're looking at is, does this furniture inspire, and does it bring people, staff and students closer to the work and the learning that needs to happen? So next slide is the next design principle. Just kind of take a minute, see which words pop out at you. The beauty of these design principles, as DLR took folks in the design advisory committee process through engagement, all different types of people had different reasons of why they needed certain furniture pieces. And so all of those were intertwined and worked within these spaces. All right, next slide. I can't take credit for this slide. This is a DLR slide, but I thought it was a good historical piece. From the very beginning of architectural design, teachers and students were saying, we want our spaces to be spaces that can be adapted for all different kinds of purposes. And boy, do we know that now, right? So these the furniture solutions were chosen so that a variety of different approaches and what DLR framed as variable learning could happen. And you can kind of see that in these pictures here. All right, next slide. So our journey was not just 3 bullets. It was thousands of pieces of data that went into it, but I'm going to break it into 3 bullets. We had the project team, folks from instructional leadership, building leaders, staff representatives took showroom tours, and they were able to test out furniture from a variety of different manufacturers. They did that in the winter of 2020. I came on board in the spring of 2020 and helped with furniture evaluation. So that had a prong approach. Do they have the kind of furniture that we're looking for that can really reach that variable learning? Can we afford it? And can we enter into a process of really advocating for students to get and staff to get the furniture that they want and negotiate those prices down? And so that was the approach. We had really great plans, and we are living. We spent tonight talking about what happened with plans, and one of those impacts was furniture. So we shifted, because that's what we do. We shift and we go, okay, let's see if we can provide some safe opportunities for folks to engage, test this furniture out. Those who were comfortable coming in, we set up individual family opportunities. We had 75 students and families across the 3 schools. We provided an interpreting so that families who could tell us, and we could understand what they liked and didn't like about the furniture. And then there was also virtual furniture show. And you can see the numbers there, 44 staff and 42 district staff. We made sure, our campus stewards tried out cleaning solutions. There was a pretty extensive, I would say, I call it fact finding in terms of, the types of fabric, the types of clean out. You're getting furniture that is really at that health grade level. It's quality. So next slide. What are some of the things you're going to see? Well, of course, when Melanie first puts a PowerPoint together, I had all these wonderful slides, and I said, okay, I got to keep it simple. So what you're going to see here at Garfield. Now, Garfield has been just an absolute joy and journey to be a part of. And I think Garfield is a strong reflection of living out your core values, living out what equity means. And so if you go to the next slide, you can kind of see some furniture. This is not the exact, but it gives you the idea of the types of furniture you're going to see and the ability to move it. And again, create those variable spaces. And at Garfield, I have to be really just transparent with you. You know, at Garfield, you start with some spaces and you start to really vision out these wonderful adaptable spaces with movement. And then you go right across the hall in a classroom that's wasn't planned to get furniture. And then you say, I have to tell the teacher that you're not going to have that. That's right across. You can kind of see it through a sliver of your door. And so what we have tried to do is get as much furniture that's flexible, that can adapt, can be moved, can be really transform the space as pervasively throughout that building as possible, because folks, it needed it. It really did. And so I think that was the heart of our work. If you go to the next slide, I believe the next slide is, now it's hard to see probably on your end, but when I say there's 1,000 pieces, there's like 1,000 pieces. Every one of these pieces have been picked out to create the kind of feeling, calm, aesthetic, exciting, fun, collaborative. And so you can see all the pieces and parts that are going to go into these rooms. And so I'm highlighting Garfield's, but this classroom will be emulated both at Lincoln and Husky. So when you go to those 3 schools, you're going to see slightly different color shifts. You're going to see similar form and function. All right, next slide. Husky, go ahead and go to the next one. So Husky, we're choosing to highlight the library. Again, the libraries are going to be pretty similar at all 3 schools. And who doesn't want to come to a space where books take you to a whole nother world, right? So it's going to be enough adequate storage for the book repositories that you need. But something we kept hearing from kids and from staff was, it's got to be fun. We need fun spaces. These are the heart and center of the schools. And so there's little nooks and spots for kids to get cozy and to enjoy learning. There's also areas for large group classroom learning. And then at the end of the day, all of these pieces can be cleaned underneath, in between, wiped down. So I'm excited. I can't wait to see these in action. Next slide. The next one shows your library pieces and parts. We met with the librarians as well as Dana, the district librarian, and over we heard kids need all kinds of different options. You know, some students are going to come in with a laptop. Some students are going to come with pen and paper, pencil and paper. So there's going to be lots of options and opportunities for learning to happen in this space. Last but not least is Lincoln. So head on to the next slide. I know I've said it before, but I think it deserves to say it again. Cleaning, picking fabrics that can withstand COVID solutions for COVID cleaning is important. And these spaces will be easily cleanable, as well as just the ability to organize the space. And so you're kind of always in this balance between getting something really clean, but you don't want it sterile. You don't want to feel like you walked into just kind of a blank slate. And so I think that the students and the staff and who helped plan these spaces have created a creative, collaborative. You're going to have, the architects have built many different spaces throughout the main classroom, as well as off of the throughout the school in all the great areas where you've got these nice little nooks that you can go in, and adults, the staff can do planning, the students can do collaborative learning. So so these are going to be some great spaces as well. And then here's the little bits and pieces and parts. So you can see how they all kind of come together. And at the end of the night, that, my friends, is your furniture showcase.
Thank you, Melanie. I really appreciate your work and dedication on this work. Vince, and then Sarah.
So I was the person that really asked for this report, and it's because it was one of the key learnings in the very beginning as we were starting to think about doing this work. This was before we even knew who Wenaha was. When we were planning this, and we had a group of educators and a couple board members, and we had folks, and they went and toured buildings. And one of the things that they learned is that, you know, the building doesn't matter that much. It's really about the program. It's about the people and the program that's in the building that really matters for education. And one of the things that, when we thought about furnishings, was creating an environment where people could be creative. And so what I loved about this presentation is exactly what I was looking for, that these are exciting, creative, dynamic spaces that you showed us. But what's really going to be exciting is when there's actually teachers and kids in those spaces. And we can't even predict the ways that they're going to be rearranging it and being creative in the way learning happens. So this was the exciting presentation that I was really looking for. I'm super excited. I'm really excited. So
good, because you know what, I have to be honest, not a lot of people get excited when I get going about furniture. So,
I mean, normally
yay.
you like furniture, but whatever. But I mean, it really does. It's transformative.
It's transformative.
Yes.
For sure.
And I would add to that one of the key components is that we can't just plop some innovative, creative furniture in a classroom and expect it to just live and turn into creativeness. So Mel and Kim and I are also working on some professional development for our staff of like, how can you use this? What does this mean to have active learning? Why do I have these in my classroom, and what does that look like? Because I think it would be a big injustice if we didn't have that second piece of that, this about how this can change instruction and how this can change learning for our kiddos. So
that's wonderful. Thank you. Yeah.
What I want to know is, what can't Melanie do? From helping us in facilitating our school renaming task force to helping us to determine furniture that leads to collaboration. Yeah, we didn't know about Wenaha at one point in time, Vince, you're right. And it has been just a fabulous partnership through and through.
Yeah. If I may request, and before Melanie goes away at the conclusion of the project, I think there is something important here. This documentation of this work, and you mentioned it will be there in professional development. We need it to be documented in a way that is community facing, whether it is a video or a report. When someone asks me, why should I go to Corvallis and send my kids to Corvallis schools, I want to tell them furniture, and here's why. So if there could be some kind of community facing reports, presentation, something similar to what we saw, that would be great. Not necessarily tomorrow or within a month or two, at a time in the future where we can really use it in our communication with the community. Sarah, Jay, and then Lib.
Yeah, actually, Amy kind of answered one of my questions, was about, how we're going to make sure that all this innovative, cool furniture is going to be used, because a lot of these teachers are going from classrooms where they had sort of traditional furniture to this sort of whole new world. So I'm really glad that that's being taken into consideration, so we can really take advantage of these spaces and this furniture that we're developing. And I just want to add how exciting it is that we're at the point where we're talking about furniture, because this whole process has seemed so long, and to be able to see the furniture and see colors and see the excitement that's going to be in those classrooms just feels really good. So that's all I have.
Jay?
Vince, I was surprised when you said about students can learn anywhere, because when we were building the new Corvallis High, one of the things that hit me was students can learn in a barn with the right teacher program. And so we really did some neat stuff, but okay. The other thing I learned in that process was that there are a lot of things that are innovative for about 2 years. And then if they aren't designed right, they fall apart. I can remember the portable science labs we found in Vancouver High School in the basement because they were so terrible. So part of me wants to be assured that the stuff you're getting is going to last. And then the other thing that I need to hear is I'm absolutely convinced that if you haven't worked with the trenches on this stuff, you are going to be in deep trouble. You can have all the wonderful district office people telling you what's good furniture, but if you don't have those teachers buying into it, it's not going to work. So I just needed, you said 44 school staff. I wasn't exactly sure whether you were saying teachers or those were the custodians, but you have to have the teachers in there or this is going to be laughed at. Sorry.
So Jay, you bring up a really good point. And one of the things that I think we did as best as we could in a quarantine kind of situation and honoring folks who needed, it was a continuum of teachers. So those 44 were mostly all teachers. There was a few admin, office staff, but it was mostly all teachers. We tried to, for folks who needed to touch it and felt comfortable enough, whether they came in on a one-on-one appointment or in a small group. The other piece that we did was we put together a virtual showcase, and it really was more like a learning tool, a learning lab, a virtual learning lab, because you could go in and we packaged videos that actually demonstrated the furniture, demonstrated it with students, talked about kind of pros and cons, trying to, as best as we could, given the situation that we are living in, to give people an opportunity to weigh in. And there were items that, it's kind of like a qualitative research happened. There were definitely themes across that cut through all three schools that were very affirming that certain items, certain furniture pieces just weren't appropriate. It wasn't going to meet the instructional needs. So as much as I can reassure you, ideally, that was not the original plan. The original plan was full-on pilots in classrooms with much more opportunity to have hands-on.
And Jay, if I could add to that, is that I was here and supported purchasing of FF&E on our last bond.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that I would say is different on this bond is that it wasn't all about the lowest price. It was about quality. And that was something that was really important to me as the facilities director, because when it comes to furniture, I can't tell you how many times I've seen the furniture. It doesn't last as long as the stuff that's been there since 1970 what. And so if you're going to buy innovative furniture, it also has to be quality furniture. And so I went to the extent of, finding the balance between foam core furniture and hard surface furniture, and really pushing Melanie and her team to its fullest, requiring me to get samples and then punching it with my pencil. And there's a whole lot of, and me saying, Amy, come here, see how easy this is to punch with a pencil. No, really, let's try it. And so there was a lot of work that went into that to not do it the way we've always done it. Are we buying from the cheapest vendor? No, we're buying from the quality vendor that's going to be providing furniture that will last for the duration, because we don't have funding to be replacing it in 5 years.
I'm glad you were there. Good job.
Yeah, so it was.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Thank you, Sammy.
Okay. Lou, you're up next.
Okay, sorry, couldn't tell with the voice press, but yeah, I just wanted to appreciate also the role that creativity plays in helping students process and use those different parts of their brains. There's so much research out there about that, and I think that creating these kind of learning environments is really going to amplify that in the schools. And so I'm excited to see what happens with learning, and just looking at the data that we were able to look at earlier, just knowing this could have that more positive impact on some of those as well, and continue to increase the attainment. Sorry, it's late. I'm losing my words, but you know what I mean. It's going to help the students in the long run with educational attainment. I know it will. And those are little pieces that often get overlooked too in the learning process. The one question I did have, and I think I know the answer to it because I kind of looked up the company already, but just for reassurance, I know a lot of time, and also with what Kim said about it not being like the lowest priced one, a lot of times decisions are made based on low prices that use prison labor. And thinking about our equity lens and stuff like that, I wasn't sure if this company was or not. It didn't look like it, but I might be wrong.
No, this company was not.
Yeah, thank you for putting that in there because I think thinking as a bigger picture of values and stuff and having the equity lens and thinking of the overrepresentation within the prison industrial complex and knowing that a lot of times furniture is provided from those forms of labor and what communities are over represented even in Oregon, I think. So thank you for doing that or answering that question.
Well, thank you, Lou. Yeah, go ahead, Melanie.
Nope, you're good. You're good.
Again, thank you. I really appreciate all of the work you do for the district. It's been highly appreciated and valued. And with that, board members, if you want to get the furniture into our schools, you have a sample motion on page 45. Vince, what's your motion?
I move to authorize staff to execute a purchase order with Saxton Bradley Incorporated for Garfield Elementary in the amount of $354,500, Husky Elementary in the amount of $632,925, and Lincoln Elementary in the amount of $623,833. The total purchase order for all three schools totals $1,611,258.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Director Vince and seconded by Vice Chair Sarah Finger McDonald to purchase the furniture. So is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Director Adams, what's your vote?
Aye.
Director Conroy?
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald?
Aye.
Director Jones?
Aye.
Director White-Bear?
Aye.
Chair Abdullah votes aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And I'll be sharing this with people, but if there's any more communication that we can share when we get the things into the buildings, let's have that ready for Visit Corvallis to share it with people to bring more community members and to celebrate our schools. Thanks a lot. And really apologies for keeping you up until 10:20. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. So next item on the agenda is Resolution 22-0101, Acknowledgement of Black History Month. Vince.
Will you entertain a motion?
Yes.
I move to approve resolution number 21-0201, Acknowledgement of Black History Month.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on the resolution? Lou and then Vince.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place to say it, Sammy, or after, but I just wanted to recognize that we're asking for this to get passed like late into Black History Month. And thinking ahead of like the further impact this will have is that we will be able to celebrate it as a district every year moving forward. So looking beyond just this month and really want a community to know that this wasn't an afterthought. It's just timing of meetings can be interesting sometimes and wanted to make sure that community members knew that.
Thank you, Lou. Much appreciated.
I'm looking forward to voting in favor of the motion because this is past due. And that's partially due to my own lack of leadership and foresight. Benton County approved a similar resolution in 2017. So I should have sponsored this before other folks were on the board, and to do it for me. So thank you. Word's past due. I'm looking forward to voting yes.
Thank you. For the record, the document is available. We're proclaiming February 2021, as well as each February annually, as mentioned by Director Whitebear, as Black History Month in the district, and strongly encourage families, staff, and community members to join in existing local celebrations, and encourage all schools in the district to help highlight the month in great appropriate ways, as well as highlight the contributions of Black and African American peoples to the local community, nation, and beyond, both historically and in current times. It's with much appreciation that our district staff and community members are leading this work, and we're following that lead. We will walk the walk, and I want to highlight my appreciation for community members who helped on this resolution. Vince and Lou, thank you for contributing into the resolution and helping out. It is in the shape that it is. Also, I want to acknowledge two chairs from sister districts. They are North Clackamas School Board and Park Rose School Board. Both chairs are Black Oregonians, and they provided language for this resolution. So with that, I want to acknowledge it and thank them for their support on it as well. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none. Director Conroy, what's your vote?
Aye.
Director Finger McDonald, Vice Chair Finger McDonald.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Director Whitebear.
Aye.
Director Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Aldo votes aye, passes unanimously. Lou?
Now that it's passed, I wanted to let the community know that there's still Black History Month events available out in the community, sponsored both by Oregon State University and the Corvallis Albany in the chapter of the NAACP, and they're on both web pages if folk are interested, and encourage you all to check those out and look forward to what the district plans next year.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is the resolution 21-0101 Universal Healthcare, second read. I would like to summarize, reference the discussion deliberation we had in the first read. So this is the second time we hear the resolution. And personally, I'm in favor and encouraged to vote aye on it. In front of you, there is two editions of the resolution. The edition that was presented to you in the first read, and also a proposed amendment that I encourage adopting. The proposed amendments have two changes into it. Number one, technical correction where the citation is corrected. And number two, and this is really a response to some feedback we heard from community members and from Director Jay Conroy as well, which is the specific, eliminating the specific mention of the 2019 Healthcare for All Act. So that means the amended resolution encourage Congress and the state to have universal health care, and it doesn't specify a specific resolution, even though it says such as a specific bill, we take that out. So with that, I'll leave it to the board to consider whether to move the resolution as is or with the suggested amendments or with any deliberation. The floor is open. Vince?
I move to approve resolution 210101 with proposed changes.
All right. Do I hear a second? Jay?
No, I have discussion. Sorry.
All right.
A second.
I think Sarah got up first with millisecond. And for anyone who's watching us for the first time, yes, we have competitions for the second. So Vince, you're up next. Sorry, Jay, you're up next.
So I just wanted to clarify, when I raised the question around the wording that was amended, it kind of sets the stage for my concern and why I will be voting against it. And I want to be really clear with how this comes across. I have spent many hours digging into the current state of the law in Oregon, the major task force that was implemented, including our former director that's working as vice chair on the task force, the 5 legislative committees that are working on it. But the wording that I tried to raise with you, Sammy, was the wording that says state-funded universal health care. Because what I'm saying is that a proposal from this group that would have the word state-funded universal health care packs a meaning to some people that means single-payer universal health care. And the task force that's going right now, the wording is all about look at the overall program and provide a good universal healthcare program, not necessarily a single payer or state funded. And I remember specifically asking you, Sammy, do you think that state funded means single payer? And you said it just means what it means. It says state funded. Well, so the long story short is that a school board has taken now a position, or will take a position maybe, that deals with a piece of our economy, 25 to 30% medical care provisions. And I think most people would want to know, why are you guys in that business when it is so complex and so full of issues? So I want to be real clear why I'm going to vote no. I love universal health care. I think we need it for all people. I think that the systems that we're working on in Oregon, I think I heard Teresa last time say that, Teresa, I mean that we have the CHIP program and the Medicaid program, and we're doing some things for kids, and we need to do more. But to then say that we should convert that desire for universal health care for kids to a major redo of our system is not going to work for me. The second thing that I think I heard in the debate last time was, oh my, if we can avoid the cost of a healthcare premium at our district level, look at all the money we are going to save, because the savings that the state is going to make on taking on this universal health care will then be passed on back to us in the form of teachers. But I'm here to tell you, and you all know, the state legislature doesn't work that way. They will be willing to, if they pass a state-sponsored a single payer, they'll be willing to pay the premium, but they'll have to find the money, and that will come from the money that they've been handing us to pay for our premiums. So I think it's way too speculative to say that we will get much, if any, dollars from the changing this to a single payer system, that we will get it to back to our teachers and to our staff. And then my only other comment is that I think it's glaring to me that we have not heard one bit of pro testimony from union representatives, teacher staff, or classified staff about they would be in favor of this. And the reason is it's the fundamental, again, of what is it we're voting on? Because they all, I know, want universal health care for kids. But they don't want it at the expense of losing their own good healthcare coverage that they have today through our system. And again, it may be ambiguous. Maybe if we take state sponsored out of this resolution and just say universal health care, maybe, you know, we make it work. But with that wording and knowing, I sat with Dr. Huntington. I know he's in favor of single payer. I've done the research on the website for these people. And I admire their love for good care. But I think it's too big of a step for a school board at this time, with all the things we have to work on, for us to take 30 minutes tonight and 30 minutes the night before, and then say, aren't we in favor of the state-sponsored universal health care? It just is something that is beyond me, that why we would be doing it and saying yes. So for those reasons, I appreciate the attempt to try to not make it so objectionable, but I think it's full of issues and problems that we as a school board do not need to be getting into at this time. even though, again, I care deeply for universal healthcare. So thank you.
Vince and then Lou.
Sorry, I don't have a comment.
Lou?
I just wanted to do a point of clarification on the resolution for folk watching, that it is saying that the Oregon State Legislature create a publicly funded universal health care system. It doesn't say that it's a state funded, it's that they create a publicly funded. I think there's a little bit of a difference on how that's worded. And also that the United States Congress passed legislation enabling states to create publicly funded universal healthcare system. I think that we're talking about maybe slightly different things. And I do understand that single payer is oftentimes shifted onto governments like local or federal governments, and it is a type of universal healthcare. But I think we're talking about slightly different things in the resolution. And I just wanted to do a point of clarification for folk listening. If they wanted to look at the board book to see the resolution, that might be good.
Thank you, Lou. Vince? Or, yep.
So I do actually. I respectfully disagree with Jay on the point that it's not appropriate for a school board to opine on this particular topic. I think that the health of children, the health of families is squarely within the realm of where we should have influence. I think moreover, because as a board of volunteers, we don't stand to materially benefit from this necessarily. It's really, we are speaking on behalf of the constituents that our organization serves. You know, I'm really struck, Jay. I also did research on this, and one of the things that really stood out to me in one of the research articles, because I have long supported universal healthcare and state-funded healthcare systems, but I wanted to check my assumptions, and so I looked for arguments against. In an article, I found a research study specifically on the Medicare for All Act of 2019. It was by the Rand Corporation. And they found that their argument against was that it would actually cost more than what we're currently spending. But ironically, the reason that it would cost more is, wasn't about system cost. It was because there would actually be greater uptake of healthcare, that this program would actually have greater throughput of delivered healthcare to Americans. And that's why the cost would be greater than the current system, because the current system systematically excludes certain people. And this really comes down to the difference between what is a public good and what is a rival good. And currently we have healthcare as a rival good. And it's traded in markets. But as a society, we believe that everyone should have access to a certain modicum of healthcare. And therefore, a market cannot efficiently deliver such a service. It can't be done because someone is going to be left out. And I think that is being demonstrated in, the most visceral way right now during the pandemic. So I feel morally obligated to vote in favor of this and use my position on this board to advocate for this, because I know what's right. It's what's right for children, and I know it's what's right for families. So I'll be voting in favor of the motion.
Therese, you're next.
Thank you, Sammy. I will really just kind of reassert my point from our last conversation about this, that it is in the best interest of the children in our district if health coverage can extend beyond just them. They deserve to have parents that can be healthy. They deserve to be parented by people who can put their needs first and not have to delay or defer their own medical needs in order to meet the basic needs of their children. And so for those reasons, I do see this as an issue that will directly impact our children. And therefore it does fall within our purview to express a position on what we think will best provide an educational atmosphere for our children to learn and to thrive in. As for whether or not the money comes back to us, I'll be frank, I don't care if the money comes back to us, because a healthy community always costs less than an unhealthy community. And so if the money that is coming to us right now that is getting used to pay premiums is reinvested in a public system that offsets the cost, we still gain because our community is healthier. And I don't see any math where a healthier community is not worth that kind of investment. So I will be supporting this. I am okay with the revision. I don't think the revision was necessary, and I think it ever slightly weakens the strength of the claim we are making about the importance and the urgency with which this should happen, and a model of what we mean when we say provide healthcare. But that is not a hill to die on for me, so we can take it out. I will still support this.
Thank you, Therese. Sarah?
Yeah, I will be voting yes for a lot of the reasons my colleagues have expressed. This issue came home to me last week when my 15-year-old came to me and asked if we would be okay being able to pay for my cancer treatment. And I was able to look at him and say, yes, we have good insurance, we have good jobs. That's not something we have to worry about. There are a lot of other families who wouldn't have been able to have that same conversation with their kid. And that family's ability to support their kid in their education and that child's ability to learn with that stress on their family would be just horribly impacted by that. So I think, access to healthcare for our kids and for their families is critical for creating a learning environment where our kids can thrive. So I'll be voting yes.
Thank you, Sarah. Any further discussion?
I didn't put my hand down. I realize I didn't, but actually I do just want to say one more thing, which is that because health inequities disproportionately affect people of color, those coming from low-income communities, I also see passing this resolution as consistent with our equity lens in our district. I do not think we can legitimately say we're going to be about equity and then not support closing one of the most significant equity gaps that we have in this country.
Thank you. As I vote yes tonight, I'll be thinking of you, Sarah. I'll be thinking of myself. I'll be thinking of Anna, who was the daughter of a constituent who wrote to us, told us how she lost her daughter, and talked about the impact of accessing healthcare and how some families don't have the privilege of accessing healthcare because of the financial elements. Some parents needing to decide if they should leave their kids without debt and refuse healthcare because they will be ending up passing debt, and if that's selfish or not, or getting a treatment and taking the debt burden. And it's just not fair to think of healthcare access as something that you can buy or you can afford if you're rich or if you're capable of accessing. It should be universally accessible. And if there are some social services, publicly funded services that the state or the community should come together to have this social contract that we will take care of each other whenever we need it. There's one thing I could think of is healthcare. Without healthcare, you can't learn. Without healthcare, you can't work. Without healthcare, you can't live. It hits me really hard. And I hope I have the power to make it happen tomorrow, because I know, especially during a pandemic, it's a serious question. I know some people who say, I don't want to go to the emergency room because I can't afford it. I don't know what's my premium, what's my deductible, all of these hidden things that makes us not seek treatment when it is cheaper, when it is more efficient, when it's faster, when it is the right thing to do. And I will be thinking of all of these situations and all of us when we have this privilege to access healthcare. And I don't think healthcare should be a privilege for one person above the other. It should be a human right. And it is the social contract that this community, this country, and this state should do. Just to clarify, by signing this resolution, we're making a statement, strong statement, and we'll be sending it to our representatives on the state level and federal level to pass this. It can't happen on a Corvallis level. And as we do, I hope this day comes sooner. I did some research. The work toward universal healthcare has started in this country since 1912. And so many countries made strides and successes in this work much better than us. And now we're seeing some of the positive results of universal healthcare in other countries and how they're battling the pandemic in a better place than we are. So whether it is a pandemic, whether it is any ailment that could threaten our welfare, we should have that access to healthcare. So with that, I'll be voting yes. And I do hope that universal healthcare becomes accessible for everybody before we lose more people, because I know we will, unless we do it. Therese and then Jay.
Nope, I'm sorry, I was just negligent.
No worries. Thank you, Jay.
I just want to be really clear. In our discussions tonight, in fact, what you just finished with, Sammy, you used the word universal health care. And I want to be really clear for the record, I absolutely support universal health care. And we have different ways of getting there, including an Oregon model that gets a certain number. And I looked it up today. It's like 90% of students, or anyway, I don't have the detail because I haven't been able to name it specifically, except that my struggle is that the value of universal health care can be gotten to by a society in more ways than just state-sponsored single payer. And I'm not sure that even in hearing comments from all of us that we even believe that what we're voting here is state-sponsored universal single payer healthcare. So to me, it's the lack of clarity and the potential for I think twisting what we are claiming as our values, which I believe are absolutely the right values, but then grabbing a hold of a certain model. And I just don't want to be part of that kind of model on such a platform as a school board when a legislature is working so hard with all of its task force. So thank you for your respectful disagreement of it, and move on.
Thank you, Jay. Any further discussion? Just for the record, it's a publicly funded universal healthcare system as worded in the resolution, but I hear your point, Jay. With that, I want to ask if there's no further discussion. It's been moved by Vince and seconded by Sarah to approve the resolution with the proposed amendments or changes. And with that, we'll take a vote. Vice Chair Finger McDonald.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Director Conrad.
Nay.
Director Adams.
Aye.
Director Whitebear.
Aye.
Chair Adrabos votes aye. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With 5 to 1, the resolution passes. All right, thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is consolidated action, and my understanding is we do not have an application for appointing a budget committee member by the deadline. However, there's a proposal from staff to extend the period. So with that, if there's any questions, or is there a motion to approve the consolidated action?
I move to approve consolidated action.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. Director Adams?
Aye.
Director Conrad?
Aye.
Vice Chair Finger McDonald?
Aye.
Director Jones?
Aye.
Director Whitebear?
Aye.
Chair Abdul votes aye. Passes unanimously. And for community members, please apply and be part of the budget committee. It's a great experience, and we need your support and help in this important work. We do not have consolidated information since it's been tabled. We will be discussing board policy BF, policy development, and the homelessness report in a future meeting. Is there any board member comments? Vince?
So I have one agenda request, and that is we sold bonds, I think, and I just want to find out how we did, or what the performance on the bonds were, or did we get a report on that and I'm just not recalling accurately?
I thought we had, and so I'm now
I'm
thinking.
I'm misremembering. I apologize. I'll go back and look it up. The other is that the homeless report that we were supposed to hear tonight had information that is critically important for board members, in the sense that there's an advocacy role that we need to play. And I don't know exactly how to proceed with that, except that maybe the superintendent can give us guidance on how to best support staff in advocating to ensure that we have resources to support our homeless population, particularly after the moratoriums on utility moratoriums. I'm sorry, it's late, words escaping me. And the eviction moratorium will sunset on June 30th. That's right as, staffing is dropping off, and we can expect that while evictions, they take a month or two to take effect. So we can expect that we could have families becoming homeless in the middle of the summer. And so how are we going to detect those people, and how are we going to support them in that situation? So for the school board, it's more about advocacy at the state and federal level, and not about operations. So I guess I'm going to defer to the superintendent, and Sammy, you can communicate that to the board as appropriate.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. Lou?
I just wanted to give a shout out to our local community for all the precautions that everybody's been taking over the last several months to get the numbers where they need to be for Ryan and Melissa to present like a rollout plan that has dates on it, because that's only possible with the numbers going down to what they did. And so I just wanted to say thank you to the community for helping take things seriously, and so that the kids can get back in, and all the hard work of the staff too for doing what you can with the limitations that are there, that are the state mandates and everything. It's a lot of care put in there. So I just wanted to end on that positive side.
Thanks, Lou. Vince, your hand, Jane?
Just a couple things. First, Sarah, nice to have you with us, and get well. And more importantly, to the whole board, I really do. I use the word love. I appreciate your heart, and so I think our differences on the last matter do not mean more than I just appreciate your heart for good people, for all people. My last comment is I just appreciate both Sammy and Superintendent Nas for the patience they've had with me, and then with all the input that we've been getting from the community to be able to dig and work through all the factors on this pushing schools open. And I know we only have 9 people listening at this stage of the evening, but the public needs to know that Ryan has done a big job of listening hard and working with his troops and his trench and the groups that are working to get kids in school. And we've come up with a good solution, not a perfect one because we have boundaries that we can't deal with, but I just really appreciate the feedback loop and the willingness to keep talking and thinking about things and the solution we've got so far. And Melissa, thank you for all your hard work, all of you.
Thank you.
Therese?
I just want to know if we actually still have 9 people listening or if Jay just made up that number. Because if we actually have 9 people listening, I think we have the next board right there in those 9 people who have stayed with us until 10 minutes to 11.
It just went down to 7 now, but yeah.
Okay. Maybe I should. Suddenly everyone hangs up.
Yeah.
I had a official confirmation we have 9 watching. All right, Therese. All right, any further comments? Our future agenda that you would like to see in the future? All right. Thanks all. I really appreciate it. Thanks staff for the good work and for making things happen. I am really optimistic about the plan that we have. Appreciate the good work of the board. And we hit, I think, a record for the school board, staying until almost 8 minutes to 11. So with that, you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Oh, sorry, Ryan.
So yeah, I think probably that's what I want to say. So we started at 5 at an executive session, and now it's close to 11. And like one of the things I appreciate about this group is that even those conversations near the end of the night were as thoughtful as the conversations we started to have at 5. So for those 7 that are still watching, the commitment of this group is really phenomenal. So thanks for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.